hopefully, well not hopefully, but tonight's stream won't be nowhere near as long as yesterday's, because that was like almost 12 hours.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 10, 12 hours.
It was 12. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, today's won't be that long.
No, not at all. It's, we're looking at more like 3, maybe 4.
3? Maybe 4. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So what should we do tonight before we go in? Morgana's not going to let me do much of anything, really. So let's see if we can make curry or something, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Make sure your clothes up. Let me explain.
Honey.
Wait, so we got, like, fruits and honey? What kind of fucking curry is this, dude? I want to try Pappuccino's curry, dude. It's so fucking bad.
It actually sounds really good.
It does. That's why I want to try it so goddamn bad, dude. Oh. That curry smelling good.
Try to make your own.
Yes. All right.
Oh. Well then.
The second boss of LeBlanc. Oh, that's a great name, LeBlanc. Oh, goddamn.
The day has come. Are you all prepared?
What of the calling card, Makoto?
I showed it to Sis. She took it from my very own hands. Makoto.
I understand how you feel, but you mustn't be so downtrodden.
Yeah, if we screw this up, we're done for. It's way more than losing the place we belong. We could even lose our lives here, you know.
It'll be all right. I want to save my sister, no matter what.
You know, we've not had any deaths within the party yet.
Has everyone decided?
Isn't that something that usually happens in... Well, I guess it's, you know, every Persona game's a little different on that, but...
It happens in 3.
All's well that ends well.
3 was the most serious and darkest of them, I suspect. I can't hardly talk.
I won't tell you what happens in
So
this
much has
one, though.
happened since we first started. You guys have become quite the reliable team. All right, Joker. This is the Phantom Thieves' final heist. Give us the signal.
It's showtime.
The real question is, what kind of goddamn mechanics is this bitch gonna put me through, and what kind of party do I need? Part of me thinks I need to go ahead and go to a boss fight crew that's, you know, all my tanky melee hitters. But she's gonna have some...
You don't need multiple tanky melee. Oh, you mean party. I thought you meant personas.
No,
You don't need
yeah.
multiple physical personas.
Yeah,
That doesn't even
I
make
mean,
sense.
like, you know, having Yusuke and Ryuji.
Hmm. It's up to you.
We'll start with what we have, but worst that happens is we switch on the fly, or worst case scenario, we get our goddamn ass beat. Wait, there's areas here I didn't never explore? Fuck.
It's too late now, bro.
Yeah, it ain't like there'd be anything in there worth it, really, probably.
Probably not. Well, they finally added lyrics to the fucking...
I should write something.
Let's go.
Okay, hang on, I'm having to get reacclimated. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you can always switch on your party members now, too.
Mm-hmm.
Not just on your turn. So it's really on the fly now.
And they would still get their turn?
No.
Okay, so the switch is the turn.
But your turn's more important than their turn, usually.
Focus. Do you have a moment?
Stuffed crust, Harry.
You know, that's the one thing that really does set a, you know, slice of pizza apart as far as eating a good piece of pizza and, like, you know, just fucking treating yourself. That stuff does.
What kind of game will it be this time? No matter what you bring out, we will emerge victorious.
You're making a grave mistake if you think you have me cornered. I only guided you here because this place allows me to fight to my heart's content.
Sis.
When my father died in the line of duty, I hated his killer from the bottom of my heart. Dying to uphold justice sounds virtuous, but the ones left behind have to clean up the mess. Can you imagine the hardships I had to endure?
Perhaps I had overestimated her. I thought her reasoning would have been more noble somehow.
She's lost control. This is wrong.
Thank you, Haru.
Justice cannot heal.
This is nothing more than self-righteousness.
All we need to do to determine who is right is battle.
Oh, we're going by Pokemon rules.
Now, why don't we begin?
What?
Is this?
A clash of brute strength is simply uncalled for on this stage.
What is she intending?
No more coins or playing games! We ain't following your damn rules!
Oh, you will. There is no room for negotiation. You will know soon enough.
What was that?
Now come at me!
save her, right?
All right, everyone, be on alert. May the best player win.
Does she have a Derringer on her hip? Yeah, she does.
All
Like right there in the garter belt thing, whatever you call it.
See, yeah.
Persona! Michael!
There.
Persona! Out of our way! Persona!
They put Makoto in your party.
No, I had her.
Oh.
Ready for orders. Allow me.
Persona!
Best player win. What the?
Now let us play a game of roulette. The stakes will be our lives. Of course, acts of violence are forbidden here. One must follow the rules.
We already told you. There's no way we're gonna follow your rules anymore.
That's fine by me. Such troublesome people will just face the penalty.
Super move. Ultra charge! There's a penalty for not spinning the roulette. What should we do?
Charged up and focused? Jesus Christ.
Go down!
Ah, so you've broken the rules. In that case, it's time you be penalized.
Okay, show me what this is about.
Cheaters get punished.
Joker, are you alright?
That hurt.
What? This is the penalty?
Those who cannot follow rules are not to be tolerated. That is simply how society operates.
That seems like a...
Joker, you're on the persona!
Seems like a percentage-based attack.
Mm-hmm.
To knock you down to 1.
Ready, Joker.
You better mid-diorama.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
you
what
have
I'm
heal on
thinking.
someone else.
I'm grateful.
Thank you so much! Come! We're ready!
See,
Throw an
I
item on Joker.
an item on him? Yeah, I
To
could
heal
give him
him.
an HP.
The only reason I say so is because the thing is bet HP right now.
Mm-hmm.
My skills
Which scares
exceed
me.
yours.
So, I'm a little confused about how to fight her.
Don't attack
Ready
her
anytime.
right now, I don't think.
Don't attack.
You will
Yeah, I think
predict
we need to
which
play
pocket the ball will fall into. Now, the time has come for our first round. Choose where you will place your bet.
I'm almost positive she's going to try and cheat. But even if we bring that up, she'd just ignore us. We should go along with the game for now, and try to gain evidence on her methods of cheating.
I agree.
Okay, so this isn't even a fight, goddammit.
Not yet.
Well, how will you bet?
She's gonna cheat.
Mm-hmm. So we should go for safer bet until we know how she's cheating so we can manipulate that.
Yeah.
Have you made your decision? Then
Yeah.
You lost. Have you figured anything out, Joker? Really? How is she doing it? See, you're right. It did seem like the ball floated for a split second there.
How humiliating.
Let's catch her in the act so she can't talk her way out of it. Have someone snipe the pocket when that glass lid appears. You're in charge of choosing who's gonna be the sniper. We cannot allow this cheating to continue. I'm ready whenever. As long as I get close, even this gun should work. Roger, I'm on it!
may the best player win.
The stuff displayed on the monitor changed. That must mean the betting changes every time.
Money? No.
The sniper is in their designated spot. All that's left is to wait for the next roulette spin.
Very well, time to make your bet. Well, how will you bet? Hopefully your prediction will be correct this time. What?
I thought about making Haru go on there like, I got it! Clear!
Joker! What was that about fair and square? You were totally cheating! You coward! What are you so quiet for? Say something!
Shut up! Shut up!
That's a big gun.
Sis?
Yeah.
She's just...
Cheating? Unfair! Silence! This is my world!
How do you even aim that thing?
I am the law! I am
I think you do. I think you just kind of shoot madly.
to win except for me! If you still dare to defy my justice, then prepare to be totally crushed!
Is my sister's true nature? No!
We're finally back to a normal fight. Good luck, Joker.
What? The roulette panel's changed?
Little punks.
So now the roulette is what she's gonna be weak to?
She's way more powerful
I
than
think it's
before.
what kind of
Don't
attack
underestimate her.
she's gonna use against you. I think.
What was that?
Big sad.
Will that work? Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I don't
Sadly.
know.
Should have debilitated her. Again.
Persona. This is a part of me.
Are you still tetracorned?
Fuck if I know.
It usually doesn't wear off until you get hit, but I don't know, since we went to like a different phase of fight.
My justice has revealed to me. I must decimate these evil minds that defy me.
Psychic, that's not good.
She might be about to use psychokinesis.
Persona!
Oh,
Some
but
other
she had Makara Karn from the
Maybe
start
we
of it.
should
That's
check her
dope.
weaknesses first.
Goddamn, Makoto, you're awesome. Oh, interesting. So, it's. I think. Wait, is she? No, never mind. Is she not weak to nuclear now since she switched to psychic?
That's what I was curious about.
Because you pressed L1 and it went right to your nuclear attack, didn't it?
I have no idea. I don't remember. We can try nuclear.
Try it.
You're mine.
It hit hard, but I don't know if it...
Did hit very hard. It hit extremely hard. Now that I think about it, like she went down far. To resist that, the triple down did kind of a bit of damage
Only
too.
victory matters. To guarantee it, you have to be willing to do anything. Doesn't might make right? No matter what happens here, I need to keep winning.
Why?
That's right.
Queen!
It's time. Go down.
Persona! Prepare yourself! Persona!
I think she's
She-
resistant to everything but nuclear.
Yeah.
Huh?
You could use Haru's President's Insight on you, or you would be better,
Persona!
which you were already doing.
Yeah, boy. Let's try Almighty. Didn't do much. It was an AoE version, though.
Yeah,
Noir doesn't have much health left.
it did more than any other attack would have done though. Don't worry about the heal. Makoto will get up and be able to do it.
Alright, so we should keep nuking.
Yeah.
Ravage them.
Get yours! Make him pay!
Whew.
Persona!
Very helpful.
Much obliged! Persona! Behold!
Taste my wrath.
Mister, you gotta watch them! Hurry and die! Help left!
Persona! Go down.
I'll use my persona! She needs help! Let's go.
My thanks.
You could honestly switch Haru out when you get to it if you wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I do sometimes when someone gets really low. Instead of healing.
Norm, Pam, ready to engage.
Manifest.
Oddly enough, she reminds me of a big sister.
She does, doesn't she? Is kind of...
Both IRL and from Bioshock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sis.
Persona! You're mine.
Persona! Take that! Persona! Go!
Persona!
Something is off to me.
What do you mean?
She's down on the ground. And that makes me feel uneasy. There's going to be another phase or something. That was way too easy.
Check out this new skill.
I mean, you do have badass personas. I don't... I both agree and disagree somehow. I do remember her doing something kind of crazy, but you may have just beat her so hard that she didn't have a chance to.
This new skill suits me.
What a skill.
Oh, look! A new move!
Wait. Never mind. Do those counter skills stack?
If not, then I'm surprised that they would allow them.
I mean, you can put, I don't know. I don't know if they do. Usually the game just kind of lets you put whatever, even if it doesn't benefit you.
Should I get rid of Fast Heal on Haru?
It's up to you, man.
Cool. I'll give it a try.
lost.
Sis!
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Quiet!
sorry?
We'll go grab the treasure.
Makoto?
I don't think it's wrong to bring light to evils which can't be judged by law. That's all the Phantom Thieves have been trying to do too. But these aggressive investigations, twisting the truth for your own personal gain? Please. You have to think back to the feelings you had when you first wanted to be a prosecutor. Think about your justice, sis.
My justice.
Try to remember how you used to be.
How I...
Nijima-san. She's just like my father. What caused them to change like this?
Even though their own desires were the cause, succumbing to such distorted thoughts is strange. Is there another reason they don't know of?
We found it.
The investigation will now be able to proceed. The suspicions against you will be lifted as well. This deal we made was a great experience for me. To think that I, a detective, would act alongside the Phantom Thieves. Yes, and you all shall end this Phantom Thieves business. That was part of the promise after all. Don't forget.
Alright, we don't need to stay here any longer. Are you alright? I am. Let's go. Huh? Enemy readings! When did they... They're gathering outside!
For real? What the hell's going on?
Look at those numbers.
This doesn't look good. We defeated the palace ruler and even stole the treasure, yet the shadows are still restless.
And the castle's not being destroyed.
Doesn't make any sense.
Like I mentioned.
There are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something. Huh? We need to go now. Those guys in black suits are almost here. We'll be done for if we get surrounded. A team this large would be discovered immediately. We had best split up for our escape. Although, we'll need someone to act as a decoy. No, that's too dangerous. Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet, but once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
Please don't do anything reckless, okay?
I'll never forgive you if you don't make it back.
We still haven't fulfilled our deal, remember? Even more are coming!
This truly is a painfully reluctant parting.
It seems we had best hurry.
We'll see you later.
This place was not that packed before.
There's someone here.
Dude, I'm straight up Batman in it.
Yeah.
Dude, them mad fucking hops. God damn. Just unzip my pants and just take a little leak.
He's here. Moving to
Just to flex on them.
our only chance.
Stay calm. You can get away now. We'll retrieve the briefcase on our end. What was that? Don't worry about us. Just concentrate on getting away.
And we're
I
back.
have to say, showing yourself above that crowd earlier was an excellent move. Nice work as always, Joker.
There he is!
Just run! Get out of there! Okay, the enemy's focus is on... Everyone remember where we're meeting up? No worries.
Stop right there!
Get away.
Take him down, Joker!
I don't remember him being that big of a beefy boy last time I was here.
He was. It's the same dude.
I am Arsene, another you that exists within. Ah, we meet once again. You have progressed well through your recollections. Last spring, you awakened to this furious power. Now, use that power and defeat the enemies before you!
Comparing power.
Persona!
No threat. Get him, Joker!
Go down.
Everyone else,
Let's go.
into position. Use route B.
Ravage them. What?
Fuck.
Persona. Go down.
Didn't even matter.
Your fate will soon be determined. Recall everything. Remember the bonds you have forged with your friends. If you are fated to continue past this point, then we shall surely meet again.
Okay, pull out before their backup gets here.
Yeah, there will be a choice coming up soon that will determine one of the endings you get. You'll know pretty much immediately if you make the wrong choice. But I doubt you'll make the wrong choice. I highly, highly doubt it, even without me interfering.
Joker, behind you! Go through that door! You should be able to get out that way. Hurry!
Dude, can he even hear us?
Don't worry, I'm picking up everyone's voices. Just go, Joker! Wait a sec. What the? I'm getting a weird reading heading your way! Come on, run!
No problems.
Where they go, damn it. I can't confirm the intruder's location.
Huh? What?
I'm surprised how much of this they have you relive.
All of it.
Well, I haven't made it through all of it yet.
It has
In
been
fact,
like
they may have
100
added
hours.
more, like, I don't remember the arson scene.
The arson was not. That wasn't. Yeah.
And here's the grappling hook tutorial.
Joker, stop!
Is this where
It's an enemy right
Bendigo shows up?
Even
Wanna bet, bitch?
Huh? Joker, that weird reading from earlier is closing in on you too.
I'll end this right now.
Joker, it's her! She's the weird reading I've been getting!
Now pull it back like a lightsaber. I'd forgotten that I really liked her lever action.
My weak self relied on you so much. That ends today. Let's do this, Senpai!
The enemy readings have decreased? That's...
It's been a while since we last fought side by side. But this time, it's my turn to come to your aid, Senpai. Now let's win this!
Screw you! Sona! Asura! There! Up to you.
I'll handle this! Thunderon! Definitely! Too late to be sorry. I think that's the last of them.
I genuinely have no clue what just happened, but I take it you're okay? Wait, bad news. Enemy backup's headed your way. You need to book it right now.
Please go. I'm going to make it harder for them to track you down. You still have something you need to do as a Phantom Thief, right? Then I won't stop you. Since I'm not a member of the Phantom Thieves, I'm in no position to interfere. However, please don't forget the promise we made, okay?
Why haven't you trained me how to jump straight up like that? I wouldn't even need a grappling hook.
Joker, you need to get out of there. Go, go, go!
That's borderline flight.
All right, let's do it.
He's not alone. Find them and kill them all.
Something wrong? The exit should be up ahead.
You're there.
That's just how it is. After that commotion, the bottom floor's completely closed off. Hey, can you make it?
Over there. There's nowhere to run.
Could have just ran around on the floor, but okay.
See ya.
What a show off. You're so reckless, you know that? Enemies here?
What's wrong?
These readings. It can't be.
What happened?
An ambush? Joker, can you handle this?
Joker!
Oh no!
Capture him!
Not the pace! Catch me!
It's my moneymaker.
Fuck. Worst stage dive ever.
Didn't expect to find some kid. You have your teammate to thank for this. You were sold out.
Suspect confirmed. Cuff it.
Dude had the fucking. I just noticed he had his knee on his neck, bro.
Yeah.
That's a big no-no. That's topical.
That's, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, wow, this is almost, yeah. This is potential triggering material.
Yeah. Saving is highly suggested.
Like, you're just doing what you think is right, and you walk outside of a building, and, you know, there's a bunch of people in riot gear. Like, uh-oh. And then the pin, oh, no.
We made it. We made it, boy.
And now, I have to tell her about how I told her all these details, and that's when we get into the loop. That's the new Game Plus loop.
Yeah.
Wake him up.
So, they splashed me with a bucket of water. I woke up in a room.
No dozing off.
But I'm sleepy.
You still don't get it, do you?
I just woke up!
Come on, cooperate. What? You want another shot? Huh? What about the camera? Are you thinking it can be used as video evidence? So you're not that dumb. Which is good. Because we get to take as much time as we need. Obstruction of justice, blackmail, defamation, possession of weapons. Manslaughter too, yeah? Talk about the works. To think that all those crimes were led by a punk like this. And you seem to be enjoying every second of it.
Just like you in this interrogation?
That line, dude.
You should know
There's a
your
fucking.
place.
There's a meme where he's like, you know, manslaughter too, yeah, talk about the works. I saw a meme one time that was like, a big cock too, huh? Talk about the works.
So dumb.
I see. I need your hand to sign this, bud.
Get wrecked.
I don't care if you end up losing a leg.
Get off my dick!
Don't expect to walk out of here in one piece. We are going to make you understand. One must take full responsibility for their actions.
You just used the pin to kill everyone in the room.
You just write Big Chungus.
Honestly, I think the name is funnier than the meme ever was.
Excuse me, but this area's off.
Yeah, it is.
I'm Nijima from the Public Prosecutor's Office.
The prosecutor's office? What business do you have here?
Just let me through. It's urgent. There's something I need to confirm with the suspect.
Nijima-san, I believe this case is no longer in your jurisdiction. Besides...
You prosecutor sign Nijima? There's a call from your director. Hurry and get it over with. To be frank, you're being an inconvenience.
I thought I ordered you to stand by.
I'm responsible for this case, yet I'm not even being allowed an interrogation?
I'm calling because I knew you'd bring it up.
I will not be convinced unless I confirm it for myself. This is my case.
Good luck to you then. I won't be expecting much, though.
Prosecutor, I forgot to mention something important. Your time will be cut short. We can't permit you to talk with him for long.
We'll only be able to give you about 140 hours to question the suspect.
140 hours of story. That's it.
It's for your own sake.
For your own sake. We don't want you to get too invested.
His methods are unknown. After all, we don't even know if it's safe to simply meet and speak with him.
That's why they're beating my goddamn ass.
I understand.
Well done on making it this far, inmate. Now that you have traversed your long, perilous recollection, you truly have entered the present.
You want to burn some incense?
The effects of that drug are gonna wear off soon. This is your golden opportunity. You must grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin. The evil influence who wishes you dead is fast approaching. If you want to win this unreasonable game, if you wish to take back your stolen future, recall the bonds you formed with your allies, and grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin.
I see. So that's what led to your ending up here. What a disappointing end to the hero of justice. I still can't believe it. But I now have a general idea of the methods you used for your crimes. There's much more I'd like to ask, but my allotted time is nearly up.
Makes sense. We've been in here for days.
I do have a suggestion, though. Care to strike a deal? If you cooperate with me, I'll consider lightening your sentence.
I ain't gonna make no plea bargain.
I have a responsibility to solve this case. I will win, even if it means brokering a deal with you. Your operation was leaked and you failed to change my heart. There's no point in being obstinate now. You've corrupted the order of this country and caused an uprising against its very existence. You'll most likely be given life imprisonment or the death penalty, unless you accept my proposal. Going forward, I will read a list of people who are closest to you and this case.
I'm 16!
Tell me honestly whether or not the following are involved with the Phantom Thieves. First, the friend who you've been with since the day you transferred to Shujin, Ryuji Sakamoto. One of the victims of the Kamoshida case, An Takamaki. Ichiryusai Madarame's pupil, Yusuke Kitagawa. The daughter of Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba Sakura. The heiress to the Okumura Foods legacy and daughter of its CEO, Haru Okumura.
Can we hurry this up? I have school tomorrow.
And the frequently probing student council president of Shujin Academy, Makoto Nijima. Those are your accomplices in the Phantom Thieves case, are they not?
Never heard of them.
So you won't sell out your friends. Then let me change the question.
Even though I've already told you their names.
I find it hard to believe that high schoolers could have pulled off these crimes by themselves. Were there not others outside of your direct group who encouraged your crimes or lent their aid? Not to repeat myself, but remember that your life will be forfeit if your sentence is not lightened. You had the cooperation of people outside your group, did you not? Can you tell me about them?
There were no such people.
I see. So you won't speak a word about either your teammates or your collaborators. Do you even understand the position that you're in?
Let's see.
Those are the choices that can get you the bad ending. But unless you're a fucking dickhead, you won't.
Well,
get
if
the
you
bad
sell
ending.
out your friends and you get a bad ending?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, you have to be begging for it. But yes, I know what position I am
If
in.
you sell out your
Sai.
friends, you deserve the bad ending.
Does it matter if you sell out only part of them? Like if you sell out your
It
confidants?
does.
But
You can't sell out anybody.
I see. But is it different if you sell out your friends, but not your confidants?
I don't know.
I see.
I don't think so.
But see, Sai is over here talking to me about the position I'm in. And my position, metaphorically, because physically I'm sitting, but like metaphorically I am upright and standing from the waist down. And then my waist is, angled 90 degrees parallel to the ground, and there's a
You cut out.
directly behind me trying to fuck my ass as I'm bent over this table.
Let's discuss one other person. Goro Akechi.
Yes, he did it.
He was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves as well. Might he be a part of your team too?
That's impossible.
So Goro Akechi wasn't one of you. Very well.
He was never a Phantom Thief. That dumb son bitch. He wasn't cool enough for the gang.
So be it.
He wishes
Clearly
he
have
was.
no intention of bargaining with me.
Not a goddamn one.
Even now, you're still acting as though you're a hero of justice. Your teammates have sacrificed you in order to escape, yet you wish to defend their honor?
I don't care about honor. I care about their lives.
Why won't you talk about them? Don't be ridiculous. You're not the one to decide such things. Justice? Then tell me, what is this justice you speak of?
I've already told you. 150 hours worth of justice.
Sticking to the right path? That's no different from us.
Hey, you get it.
You continue to stand firm. Are you implying that we have no evidence on you? You're right. We have nothing. And it doesn't help that your story sounds like a fairy tale.
How is drugging and considering
Many
giving a
people have fallen
16-year-old
victim to
kid
this. We need to learn the
good?
truth. The truth, huh? I don't even know what's right anymore. And it's all due to your strange story.
Do you want me to tell it again?
After all this, you're still... Are you listening? The side effects of the truth serum should be wearing off. I won't be deceived by such a poor act.
You realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Hey. Can you hear me? It seems your mind is clearing up. But unfortunately, my time has run out. Although I find your story to be quite interesting, I won't be able to speak with you any longer. Huh? What are you getting at? That's right. No matter the results of this case, I won't be receiving credit. I even had to call in a large favor just to conduct this interrogation.
So, how did that thing we asked you to look into go? Nijima mentioned a special interrogation room, didn't she? Good. It looks like we can make this work if we lure them there.
Hey. Hey, are you listening? Our time's up. We're done talking here. Goodbye.
Bye!
Land? Why are you saying such odd things? Anyhow, there's one last thing I want to ask you. There's something that's been bothering me for some time now. Recently, I was removed from my post as head of this investigation and was told to remain on standby. A short while later, I received word you were caught in the act, within some bizarre phenomenon. But that was all I was told. You were told someone sold you out, correct? If that's true, who could it have been? Don't you have any idea?
My suspicions were true in the end. Still, to think his true intention was to sell us out. All that's left is to figure out a way to hand it over. It's all up to you, leader.
You do it, Morgana.
Okay then. Giving him the phone without arousing suspicion will be easier said than done. We'll be counting on you to pull this one off.
What's wrong? Might you have an idea as to who sold you out? What do you recall? If you know something, you must tell me. I won't allow things to end like this. Confiscated? You mean this phone? It's yours, isn't it? I've been told the lock on it is quite complicated, but it's only a matter of time until it's cracked. What's so important about this smartphone? Are you going to unlock it and show me the data?
Let's let her sleep. She hasn't slept for days while she's been getting that app ready. Now we gotta figure out a way to show him the phone. Makoto and the others should have told you. I'm talking about the true culprit here. You know, the traitor.
Hey! What are you trying to get at here? And what about this smartphone? The traitor?
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that run, my task will be simple. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life.
Please. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to? Not a teammate?
God forbid anyone ever say his name.
My God. You're referring to him, aren't you? That's it? What are you plotting? I can't even begin to fathom it. It appears my time is up. This is as far as our conversation can go. This will be my last involvement with this case. Very well. I've listened to your whole story, so I may as well play along to the end. And that honest look in your eyes. I used to view the world the same way too once. I'll place my bet on you. I just need to show him the phone, right?
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of judgment, granting thee infinite power.
Wait, she's maxed out now?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I'll be going now. What good will this do, though? Akechi-kun? Why are you here?
Why do you seem so surprised?
I needed my director to step in to get access, and I was directly responsible for this case. How did you get approval?
For the same reason you did. I am heading up the investigation team after all. It's only natural I'd have the right to interrogate our culprit as well, don't you think?
They assigned you command?
That was a joke, of course. I'm merely here to assist with the public security interrogation. I am surprised it's this far underground, though. There aren't any others incarcerated here, yes? Nobody would ever know if things got a little violent.
If I remember correctly, didn't you say there was another culprit besides the Phantom Thieves?
That was but a lie I spread to set them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I had deceived you too, Sai-san. After all, if you wish to trick your enemies, you must first trick your allies.
So it was you. You're the one who sold out the Phantom Thieves. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to? My God. You're referring to him, aren't you?
Why are you giving me a flashback to 2 seconds ago?
Is there a problem?
Akechi-kun, does this phone look familiar to you?
I don't know why they were so vague in the first place.
What is this phone?
It belonged to the leader of the Phantom Thieves. I believe you'll need it for your investigation.
Not personally. I was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves myself, remember?
True. This is undoubtedly a great accomplishment. Good luck in there.
Foolish woman. May I ask that you accompany me? Going in unarmed to interrogate a murderer makes me uncomfortable.
Huh? What are you?
Well, that wasn't very cash money.
I owe you for all of this. Thanks. That's right. You and your little friends were vital to our plan. And now it will be completed. Your popularity truly was quite stunning. That just made using you all the more worthwhile. Have you finally pieced it all together? Case closed. This is how your justice ends.
What was with that toothless grin, Akechi? What the fuck is wrong with you? You think that they're gonna believe that I put the gun to this, like, awkward middle top of my head? Wow. And that I then ran away with the bullets?
Shido-san, my job is complete.
I've told you not to call me by name. Regardless, all that's left is to deal with the remnants.
The continued deaths of these teenagers would be a bit much, don't you think? I considered making it appear they had a falling out, but that would only amplify public frenzy. It would be best to have each of them meet with an unfortunate accident once the storm blows over.
Is there any possibility they'll want to avenge their leader?
No chance. They're nothing but cattle anyway. They have no backbone without his guidance. I will keep my eye on them just in case, though.
I'll be counting on you.
They will live their lives cowering in fear of death. An apt punishment for obstructing our work.
Make sure to kill that strange cat once you find it as well.
Understood. Though I doubt there's anything to worry about. It's merely a cat, after all.
More importantly, they should be dealing with the suicide right about now. Things will become quite busy once the word gets out. I'll need to prepare my comments on the matter.
I must be prepared to deal with it on my end as well. Beyond that, what of the director of the Special Investigations Unit?
It's probably on the chopping block too.
Perhaps he'll be struck by a mysterious illness sometime soon.
No, it can't be. Even me. God damn it. Shit.
Shit. Shit, man.
What was all that about, showing him this phone? The Phantom Thief Alibaba? Who is this?
I am Alibaba, a member of the Phantom Thieves. I inquire as to your justice, Sai Nijima.
How do they know I have this?
Goro Akechi is evil. He didn't come to interrogate the captured Phantom Thief. He came to kill him.
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
Don't trust the guard.
guard either. He's an accomplice as well. Now then, I'll tell you detailed steps to take. You must save him.
You want me to save him?
Yeah, what we need is for you to show up. There's a card in my pocket. Recarm. Use that shit.
What is it?
Nothing. Anyway, what brings you here? I thought you were done with your business.
Did anyone else stop by? Nobody?
There'd be no reason for anyone else to come down here.
Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So it's all true.
Of course it's true. Is something the matter?
It's Akechi-kun. He had to take a sudden call, so he won't be able to make it down today.
Huh?
I've been asked to handle things instead.
You? But...
You know, if you stay here, they'll likely get rid of you to eliminate any evidence. I suggest you go into hiding at once if you value your life.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't say a word of what transpired here. Trust nobody. Forget this ever happened.
And now we return to our continued report. This morning, the police have announced that they've detained a suspect who may in fact be the leader of the Phantom Thieves group. The suspect is reported to be a young
Anchon,
man who's...
can I get you to look over here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So he got caught. That group sure was something.
Yeah.
So the next shoot got me thinking. How about we have you do an idol thing, you know? That cool?
What a surprise to think that the one behind all this is just a minor. But considering how quickly they announced his arrest, the police must surely be confident in the outcome of this case.
Well, I'll be. Goodness, look at you now. It's been a while, Yuji.
Huh?
You
Yeah.
stopped visiting so abruptly, everyone was worried about you. It's your second year, right? Are you still doing track and field? I'd love to see you run again.
Also, the young man continues to remain silent, refusing to implicate any potential accomplices. However, considering the number of charges brought against him...
I wonder if something happened.
Yeah.
You seemed stumped for once. Not feeling it today?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not chiding you. Just do as normal at your own pace. With your skills, there's no need to worry about your future.
I don't know, I kind of like the canvas with the one lone bird. Just... That's kind of a dope painting, dude. I'd almost buy that.
The police here can search any online communications. His accomplices may slip up eventually.
Still, it seems the Phantom Thieves' most recent targets have gone comatose. Actual harm has been done here.
Given the lack of physical violence, their method is still a mystery. Regardless, the police are looking into attempted murder charges.
You never turned it in? That's quite the surprise. I thought I lost it this whole time.
I'm sorry.
Well, your grades are excellent. And you're student council president. I'm sure you'll be admitted anywhere you apply. That one Phantom Thief should have followed your example. You hear? It seems he was caught. Some high schooler. I wonder why he turned to a life of crime.
We also received information that the young man was placed on probation for assault.
Because of his previous record, he had to leave his hometown. Perhaps his motive lies there.
I believe your father can rest in peace now.
That Phantom Thief could never have changed anything. Only a handful of people are qualified to alter the world. So you've been coming home late. That's what I've heard. I make a good playmate, you know.
We have breaking news. The young man being held in custody has committed suicide. The police have confirmed his death, although details have not been released. To repeat, the suspect has committed suicide while in
custody. This station will continue to report any further updates as they arrive.
It may be difficult to uncover his methods now. Perhaps that's why he decided to take this course of action.
It can't be.
You're shitting me. We got him.
It would seem as though you have been killed. But why were you killed? Why did you have to die? Do you remember? It seems you forgot an important fact while your consciousness was hazy. Indeed, your death was a necessity for your escape from certain doom. What a tremendous plan. How might you be capable of executing such a feat? Well then, let us rouse the memories which are missing.
That would be great. Because I'd followed everything up until they started saying that I had apparently known it was Akechi the whole time. Because I know Morgana never brought up the pancake conversation. Me and Danny have talked about it hundreds of times, it feels.
He did, but didn't. I mean, he did, technically. It's just you didn't get to see that.
I didn't remember it, yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, they're going. You realized it too, then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me. My thoughts exactly. It was your social studies trip. We met him in the hallway of that TV station. There's no way that this is the first time he's heard my voice. This whole deal feels sketchy. Yeah, that was my plan too. Okay, let's get everyone on the same page right away. There's... One more person has been on our mind. If it's possible, I want to eavesdrop on their phone conversation. That'll be tough. Right, we really need your help.
I'd have to plant a bug directly on the phone.
Which is exactly what you did when you grabbed the phone saying it was the model you always wanted.
So it's impossible even for you. I didn't say it was impossible. Okay, I've got a plan. That's perfect. Don't worry, I'll tell you the details later.
gonna be fun. I can't wait!
I see. So we're going to use this place.
It'll be a gamble. I think it's gonna work. You can't tell a thing.
It seems you finally remember. This game is not over yet. There are still things that must be done.
And it didn't kill me because I knew the gun wasn't real. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? Like,
they'll explain it more.
Okay, because that's the only thing about this whole scheme that's a little kind of what?
That gun was real, though.
Well, see, he was in the other dimension. So the real world counterpart had a real gun. So it's one of those.
Just keep going.
It's also possible that you're not supposed to understand it. He's just, we got him.
You're
We
not
tricked
supposed
to
to
catch you.
understand it. I mean, they're gonna explain it in further detail here in a minute.
Hey, are you alright? Don't fall asleep until we reach our destination. Are you listening?
Are you listening? Anyway, we need to talk about how to get out of this situation. Futaga's monitoring of Akechi's phone has confirmed it. He did indeed have an ulterior motive.
It's on a completely different level than just that.
Not only was he trying to frame us, but he was the true culprit behind the mental shutdowns. His offer to assist us was simply a ploy to frame the Phantom Thieves and kill him. If we go into Sis's palace as he suggests, we'll likely be met by a large ambush of police forces.
To think he would be this far gone. I know now what it means to feel a chill down my spine. Furthermore, he wishes to bring a police squad from reality into the palace.
If the 8 of us can enter at once, it's not inconceivable to think a larger group is possible. He may even be able to bring in vehicles or other special pieces of equipment.
So, this really was just a setup to shift the blame onto us.
He made us go after Okumura. Then once we triggered the change of heart, he killed him. And he told us he had seen the true culprit, but it was him the entire time!
The whole time he was working with Makoto's sister, he was really just some homicidal maniac. Come on, we gotta take that bastard Akechi down. Isn't that recording we got enough proof to do it?
No. Akechi is merely a tool. His orders come from elsewhere. The grand mastermind behind this all An unimaginable fiend capable of arranging the murder of a suspect inside of a police station.
Unless we find out who that is, we will continue being targeted even if we defeat Akechi.
But what means do we have of learning his identity?
We'll have to make Akechi say it. Though once we do, that mastermind will likely eliminate us.
I think that will be the case eventually, regardless of whether or not we learn his identity. The only reason it hasn't happened yet is because we're an easy target to blame for his crimes. If he realizes that's no longer possible and abandons that plan, he may opt to kill us immediately.
Damn it! So we don't got a choice but to go with that bastard's suggestion.
But if we go into the palace like we're told, he'll get arrested, and then Akechi will kill him.
Palace. The palace. Actually, there's something I'd like to say regarding... Aha! We can use the palace to our advantage!
What's this all of a sudden?
There's a way. A way to get past Akechi and get the mastermind to lay off of us, all while learning his identity.
Really?
You gotta be kidding me!
If he wants to kill the guy, why not let him? That is, inside of a palace.
Yes. We could have him kill the cognitive version, all the while believing he killed the real one.
Like, I understand this, but whose cognitive version of me would he be killing? If it's mine, I'm still dead.
Size.
Yeah, that's it.
It seems that's our only option. Listen closely.
And not your
to me.
shadow, a
I
cognitive
have a plan for
version
how
of
we
you.
can carry this operation out.
Ever since the death of their teenage leader, the Phantom Thieves have fallen silent.
I'm still confused as to how showing Akechi the phone would trigger Sai's palace.
However, the police intend on continuing this investigation until the case is fully
Literally
solved.
everything's explained.
I'm sorry I'm late. I had
Just
to
keep
finish a few
going.
things at work. Where are they?
Waiting upstairs. Go tell them to come on down. I'm gonna fetch him.
You're her sister, correct?
Makoto told me everything. Futaba-chan, I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble this past summer.
It's ancient history now.
Man, that goddamn detective.
Look who's here.
Hey, you big bastard.
How've you been? You must be fine if you're joking around like that.
It truly is a relief to see your face.
I bet that moron Akechi don't even know we tricked him yet.
Still, how'd you pull this off? Isn't this guy considered dead?
You weren't told anything? I heard my sister brought him here, though.
Yeah, she came over in a taxi, dumped him off, and told me to keep him safe. It was right after they announced he had died, too. Almost gave me a heart attack.
I didn't have time to explain.
Hey, shouldn't we tell boss what really happened?
We wanted to make our enemy believe the leader of the Phantom Thieves was dead.
What?
What we did was make that enemy kill his fake in the metaverse.
Oh, hold on a sec. Enemy? Fake? What are you talking about?
The true culprit behind all these incidents set us up. Our goal here was to determine their identity.
True culprit? I see. So you guys were going up against someone else.
It was Goro Akechi. You knew beforehand that he was the traitor, didn't you?
gave us the chance to strike back. He made one fatal mistake.
Couldn't you have just said from the beginning that Akechi was the real culprit?
That wasn't something we could simply bring up. We couldn't have you suspect Akechi. Besides, neither you nor the other investigators would have believed something like that, would you?
True. Akechi was credited with the arrest of the Phantom Thieves. Not even I would think he was the culprit. In other words, you left him alone on purpose. That was a bold move.
God, I can't keep up with any of this stuff. Wait, so what was this mistake Akechi made? What did he do?
He slipped up in regards to Morgana's voice.
You mean a cat?
Yes, Morgana can talk.
Sorry, was that supposed to be a joke?
I'm sorry they're doing this to you, Pappuccino.
Oh, our apologies. That's completely true. You surprised?
Does that mean he said something just now as well?
But you don't understand him, do you? That's how it was for all of us at first, too. When you're in the metaverse, Mona talks like a normal person. Once you hear that and your brain realizes he can actually talk, you start to understand him in reality. It's a change in cognition, most likely.
Okay. Wait. That means something else on the horizon.
Thanks to Akechi's lame acting, we figured out something was up.
When we talked to Akechi at the school festival, he was acting like he just realized Mona could talk. But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place! I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here!
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Mona was the only one who was talking about a pancake. That meant Akechi'd already been in the metaverse by then.
And since he was lying to us about that, we assumed he had a hidden motive behind contacting us.
It seemed odd upon further thought. His reaction to my pancake comment was an honest one, after all. That said, we weren't so naive to overlook something like that. That's why we asked Futaba-chan to wiretap his phone.
I pretended to be interested in checking the phone out, but I was actually planting my app. My heart was pounding while I was doing it, though.
Even that ace detective could never have imagined a program being installed so quickly. Futaba's quirky nature proved to be a great help.
That was just an act! After a few days of listening, this confirmed his betrayal.
Then I'll guide the police into her palace and have them catch the Phantom Thieves in the act. That would be the only way to arrest them, given their methods. I'll deal with them after that. Let me see. We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple.
Is this for real?
Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So they planned to get rid of that guard from the beginning.
Well then, I will make the arrangements the day after the arrest. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life. When he does, you will become a great hero who saved Japan from evil. As will I, of course.
I knew he was acting strangely, but to think he was this far gone.
He's no ace detective. Akechi is the perpetrator behind the mental shutdown crimes. On top of that, there's someone else commanding Akechi. Someone with great authority. So great that they can order an assassination in a police station. That's why we had to make a move before they did.
I see.
We baited Akechi into Sis's palace, making him dispose of our leader's fake, but think he killed him.
Can you elaborate on that in more detail? What exactly happened in my cognitive world?
We're sorry for using you without your permission. Your palace had all the conditions we needed.
What conditions?
First, we required a place inside the cognitive world that was the same as in reality.
That place is based on the real world after all. Anywhere that's not warped looks just like normal.
That's why nobody but the person who uses the nav even realizes they're in the metaverse.
Back with Kamoshida, we came in from the station without even noticing. You totally can't tell the difference if there ain't any distortions around.
We had already investigated Nijima-san's palace when Makoto brought the suggestion to us.
I was seriously impressed by that suggestion. To be honest, I didn't quite understand it, but I went along with it. And it was absolutely the best decision we could have made.
Makoto is normally so calm as well, but once her mind is set, she gets oddly impulsive.
I did have a bit of a rivalry forming with Akechi. But I just couldn't contain myself anymore once you became a target, sis. The reason I joined the Phantom Thieves was to heal your heart, after all.
My own achievements were all that mattered to me. I was desperate. I wasn't myself at all. I'm sorry I couldn't see that.
That goes for the both of us. We heard from Mako-chan that you were going to do the interrogation, Nijima-san.
And regarding its location, I take it you used the data from my laptop?
I'm sorry.
Go on.
There were two things we were able to confirm while we were checking the metaverse. First, our clothes didn't change when we were down in the interrogation room. Second, the scenery and details outside of the palace proper were the same as in the real world.
Once we heard that from Makoto, we secretly went to check it out without Akechi knowing.
There was also one more thing we absolutely needed to make this work. A perfect cognitive replica of him in the metaverse's interrogation room.
Since he had yet to be caught, though, there obviously wouldn't be anyone in that room.
Once we saw the casino guests and police officers, we were convinced this would work. They looked no different from actual living people.
After that, we just had to work our way into the palace like usual, while keeping Akechi in the dark.
Everything went as planned up until we defeated Sis's shadow. However, it was then that we were met with a terrifying, unexpected police ambush. As a result, even though we managed to grab the treasure, we couldn't get it out of the metaverse. Except that was all an act. We had prepared an empty briefcase beforehand, and merely acted like we were taking the treasure. This was because we knew the police would be coming for us.
We made sure before the operation that the police would be waiting to ambush us. And just as expected, he totally took the bait.
Him getting captured by the police went exactly how we planned it.
And I had been interrogating him with no knowledge of this. But how did you lure Akechi into this cognitive world's interrogation room?
All I needed were the coordinates.
Akechi disposed of the fake in the palace and left thinking he had been victorious. It must have been truly hilarious for our leader who sat idly in the real world's interrogation room. Surely he was acting quite cocky by himself in that quiet chamber.
So that's why you gave me your phone. I only took it because of what you told me.
It's a shame I didn't have the opportunity to see that for myself.
All I could do was try to handle all the messages that started coming to me on his phone. Huh. So in other words, I've been to the metaverse, albeit for a brief moment.
In our experience, there is little danger when someone enters their own palace for so short a time.
That's the other reason we had him give it to you. We needed you to listen to Alibaba, deceive the guard, and ultimately aid in his escape. By having you head back to the interrogation room, we could return you to the real world as well.
I mean, I had to think of some way to keep you from running into Akechi mid-assassination.
Huh. Astounding. I hadn't the slightest idea that such a grand operation was taking place within me.
I'm so glad he was able to persuade you during the interrogation. Even though we knew Akechi's plan, we were pretty worried about that part.
True.
Why is that?
Without Sis on our side, Futaba's plan and subsequent breakout would have never been possible. That persuasion was easily our greatest gamble. We couldn't consult Sis beforehand. It was absolutely the make or break moment of the entire plan.
Still, I'm surprised you could convince me in such a short time. Were you confident you could do it? I see. Either way, I can't believe you went for such a risky idea.
I have max
If we could
stats.
just tell you the true culprit's plan.
Yeah,
I
max.
knew you'd realize the bigger picture. Realize that our leader was telling the truth, and that there was a greater evil to pursue.
As a result, we emerged victorious.
Then the reason you kept this a secret from me was so you could catch the true culprit, correct?
Yes. Plus, you had lost control of yourself at the time.
This is stunning. All I can really do is laugh.
I've kind of figured out that you guys made Akechi kill a fake. But what did you do about the body? Huh?
They had a coroner working to ensure his death was reported as a suicide. That coroner didn't take one look at the scene and just passed along a falsified death certificate.
The bad guys have that much influence?
Murder in a police station would be reckless otherwise. We also knew of a possible conspirator.
Thanks to Futaba-chan's messages and the guard's demeanor, I eventually came to understand. And since the higher-ups at the police knew nothing of this, they were thrown into disarray. As a result, his suicide during imprisonment was reported on the news, just as Akechi planned.
And with that confusion, he was able to escape with Nijima-san's help.
I made sure nobody would check the morgue for his body, and thanks to that, nobody knows he survived.
Thinking back to the interrogation, though, I can't believe what they did to him. The callous use of violence, and even drugs, is utterly abnormal. If he had lost consciousness and hadn't been able to tell Sis about the phone, he would have died. I'm truly glad you made it back safe.
I almost became one of your assailants as well.
It still freaked me out when I saw the suicide on the news, though.
We made sure to live normal lives while he was being interrogated to avoid drawing any suspicion. Even with that, I couldn't help but worry for him in my heart.
Well, I knew right away that her plan worked out.
Actually, yeah, that's pretty legit.
I wanted to believe, but considering what we were up against...
Ryuji's a bit on the dense and carefree side.
Can it, Cat?
I had to be patient and avoid this place until things settled down. I finally feel relieved.
We knew he was alive, but it was difficult to not worry until we could confirm it in person.
Now that I think about it, my interrogation was just a formality for the head commander. What a joke, letting me interrogate someone who was meant to die. They just wanted to avoid backlash. Very well. From here forward, I will do my utmost to assist you. You saved me, after all.
That's reassuring to hear.
I'll do whatever I can to help too. Just let me know. Let's take a break for now, though. This old brain is pooped. Oh, and feel free to use the first floor when you guys want to get together and talk. You'll need a hideout where you can be safe. Just say the word, and I'll close shop early.
Are you sure?
This guy can't leave. Plus, you won't make much progress if people can hear you from downstairs. It's not like this place is the liveliest joint in town. It won't be a huge loss for me.
Let us accept his...
Pappuccino, your kitchen's not that big. Where the fuck did you just go? What the fuck? Maybe there's a closet in there or something.
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking there might be a door on the other side of the stove. So you can talk to Futaba to get even more details.
Talk to who?
Futaba.
It's me, Akachi.
I mean, like, I understand everything they're saying, and it makes sense with, like, just 2 or 3 things that I have a question or so about the validity of.
What are your questions? Maybe I can answer them now, or I would know if Futaba will.
So my main one is, they gave the phone to the sister, and so Sai showed Akechi the phone, which triggered it.
Well, that's not what triggered it. Futaba remotely triggered it from her laptop.
Yes, but then that means there was no reason for them to even ever say, show this too. So I think that face scan or something sent a flag so she knew when to hit the button.
Wait, I'm confused. What?
I think they had hacked into Kaito's camera so that when it scanned Akechi's face, that it sent a notification to Futaba so she knew to remotely detonate.
Well, she was probably watching the whole time. But yeah, she does have a bug in the
And so there was something to that effect. The thing, and then so they said that the sister was then technically walking around in the metaverse.
For a moment, yeah.
For a moment as she walked around the corner, did her thing there.
Yeah.
And then they deactivated it.
Deactivated what?
The app bringing the sister back to the real world.
No, that's because she walked back down the hallway. Because remember, if you go through the point of entry again, you just come back. Remember?
Okay, so that's one of the things I had a true question about was when you the true
the
world
spot that you entered from, you go back. It's always been that way.
Okay, see, I know they show that in the game, but I thought that might be a little bit more so just design of the dungeon, and that there might be some you have to use the app to navigate back to the real world kind of mumbo jumbo. But so it is literally you just walk
That's why
back.
everyone always ends up rushing out and falling somewhere in the real world. You know what I mean? Especially during the escape scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're just like sprinting and they end up fucking falling into the fucking street somewhere.
Well, I had assumed it could have been something similar to a.
But yeah, if you
the app kicks in at what kind of, there's a delay or something, so you're running and it kicks in when it kicks in, and you are on the other side of that.
But yeah, all you have to do is pass through the point of where you came in, and you'll automatically come out.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is there a problem with it?
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with regard to the prosecutors.
The cause of death for the SIU director has been settled as a stroke.
I had him work quite substantially on forging evidence. His loss should be mourned.
It was thanks to his efforts that I could enter the Phantom Thieves' interrogation room, too.
The SIU is in disarray with his death. I'll take my time choosing a successor after the elections.
At any rate, I'm now praised as a hero, and I owe it all to the Phantom Thieves.
All possible hindrances are now gone. There's no doubt that this election is mine.
And on to our next story, the snap election for the House of Representatives. Discussion is swirling around potential nominees as the deadline for candidacy announcement nears. Candidates will announce on the 23rd of this month, while voting will be held on the 18th of next.
Elections, huh? Don't matter to us. It's not like we can vote in them yet anyways.
Why don't we resume our conversation?
Well, the Phantom Thieves are back together. We can finally take it to Akechi and the bastard backing him.
Have you figured out who's behind all this?
Akechi accidentally let that slip after the murder. He said, Shido-san.
Shido? Feels like I've heard that somewhere.
He is unmistakably a man of power if he has such strong connections to the police.
Could be said they are his bitches.
Shido? Could it be Masayoshi Shido?
Who? I believe he's a politician. Remember, Ryuji? You said his speech was too loud.
For real?
It's certainly possible that Shido is the mastermind.
Huh?
Do you have some kind of evidence?
Nothing material. However, there are various conditions which align with that possibility. First, he would profit from damage done to the current administration by the psychotic breakdowns. He's maintained a negative stance toward the Phantom Thieves and has gained tremendous popularity. On top of that, he'll most likely become the next Prime Minister if he wins this upcoming election.
No!
Did he set us up with that election in mind?
If he is behind all this, that would be in stark opposition to his honest public image.
So his current position and popularity is just him benefiting from the mental collapses. We'll make him have a change of heart, no matter what it takes. Mom.
Shido, huh?
What is the matter?
I had a feeling he was wrapped up in all this. Just based on the connections I had from my previous job. I think the one who crushed Wakaba's research and confiscated her materials was probably Shido. From the moment Wakaba died, I had a hunch he was involved. But there wasn't anything I could do, so I chose to protect Futaba and went into hiding.
Why didn't you say that sooner?
You guys would have definitely gone after him if I had. He would have just killed all of you, no doubt. That's what he usually does to people who get in his way.
Originally, I was looking into the mental shutdown cases. It was then that I accidentally stumbled upon government research regarding the psychotic breakdowns. So I tracked down the whereabouts of that research data and met with the associated parties. Boss was one of those parties. I would never have imagined all of this was connected. The mental shutdowns, psychotic breakdowns, Shido, and even the Phantom Thieves' actions.
Way back when, Shido kept saying he was going to be Prime Minister one day. Nobody believed him, though.
What's going to happen to this country if Shido becomes Prime Minister? What about the world?
The issue is simpler than that. This is nothing more than yet another selfish adult trying to impose his will on the public.
We gotta expose that rotten bastard!
Yeah, we'll do it like always. Then let's check the nav.
Masayoshi Shido, the guy running for Prime Minister. Got a hit! Well, duh. It ain't a surprise he has one.
Where would the location be?
What kind of things go through a politician's head? I always think of dirty money and shady actions.
What does he do? And where? We don't got a clue about this guy's life.
His palace must be somewhere that politicians frequent. Any ideas?
We got a hit!
How arrogant must he be to see himself as the ruler of the Diet Building?
Our next target's the big shot politician Masayoshi Shido. We're gonna do this, right? Hell yeah! Nobody against it?
Of course!
He will be a worthy opponent.
Let's win this together.
Time for revenge!
Then it's unanimous.
All we gotta do now is figure out what he thinks that Diet Building place is.
So that's the app that allowed me to enter the metaverse.
An old fart like me can't wrap his head around all this stuff.
We'll have to deal with this before Election Day, December 18th. That means we need it done by the 17th.
It's best we hurry before they discover there's no body in the morgue.
Should we start tomorrow then? We can meet at the Diet Building after school.
That reminds me, what are you gonna do about school? You can't show up if you're supposed to be dead.
Miss Kawakami said he went back home for family reasons.
That's what I told the school.
Don't let him find out you're alive then, alright? This whole thing would be for nothing.
What do you mean?
This operation had another purpose outside of escaping Akechi's clutches. Shido tried to place all the blame on the Phantom Thieves and deceive the public at the same time. He has ruined countless lives, and even made Goro Akechi, a student, assist him with assassinations. A mere change of heart is too lenient a sentence for such an abominable criminal. We'll be making use of the police statement that the leader of the Phantom Thieves committed suicide. Our leader, who is presumed dead, will come out of hiding to deliver a grand statement. He'll say he has escaped prison, not committed suicide, and was in fact almost killed by a criminal.
Everyone's gonna flip.
You guys thought through all this stuff too?
We're intellectuals, you know.
That's why you needed such a daring trick as getting captured and appearing to be killed. What frightening teenagers.
But the true battle has only just begun. We won the first round, but we must stay on our toes.
Yeah, this ain't the time to be celebrating.
These people tried to trap and kill us. There is no end to their inhuman, conniving nature. We will need to be prepared for whatever may come our way.
I finally made it this far. It's already been 2.5 years since we met.
Back then, you earned the media's attention as a young politician who could rise up against bureaucracy. Because of that, those who wanted to preemptively deal with problems tried to tie you up in scandal.
To think I would fall for the ruse schemed by those decrepit fools in power.
Exposition.
Oh, that's when you came to me. You promoted yourself saying you had special powers. If it wasn't for the research on cognition that I dabbled in, I would have thought you insane.
So how did Akechi in the 4?
I made those troublesome opponents psychotic and erased any trace of that scandal.
Which might tie back into the girls in the Velvet Room.
Psychotic lapse or mental shutdown. And when someone like that said he'd support me, I had suspected there'd be an ulterior motive.
It's because I sympathized with your aspiring ideology. I believed that your ideals needed to be achieved for the sake of the country's future.
Well, my faith in you was precisely why I pulled the plug on that research. I only need you using that power. It'd be troublesome if someone else uncovered how it works.
Wakaba Ishiki, was it? That researcher. She wouldn't have had to die if she just complied.
Any suspicions should be snubbed out. Even the smallest doubt must be severed at the root. After all, we had an active public prosecutor's office director on our side, until recently.
Astounding, isn't it? To think the director himself often forged evidence to secure his promotion. He was quite surprised when you confronted him about it. He didn't know who leaked that information. Well, I got that out of his shadow, so technically speaking, he did it himself.
This country's affairs have become stagnant. The political world is filled with old men who only act to preserve their own vested interests. The general public has forsaken such political affairs and don't even bother. Only ruin awaits us.
I must agree.
There's no need to be ruined along with such incompetent fools. I will lead this country to its revival. Those who get in the way must be eliminated at times. That's the correct way to use the metaphor.
What the fuck is that thing in the background, dude? The tower that looks like a buoy? Just is that a crane? It's gotta be a crane.
Yeah. It's a thick crane, though.
It would stand out if there were continuous deaths and scandals with your political rivals, which is why I made them suspects. Prosecute the targets that I turn psychotic, and solve them as cases unrelated to you. And thus, the charismatic ace detective was born.
Thanks to your efforts, my clean image remains untarnished, and I've monopolized public opinion. Once I gained public sentiment.
It's always funny to me about Akechi. He's not even really even that smart. He just set up all the criminals and so he can solve it.
I mean, he was smart enough to start the plan and smart enough to, yeah.
I'm not saying he's dumb. I'm just saying he's not as smart as he's portrayed.
He's not the Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
The police were no exception. With their management in my pocket, keeping them in check was easy.
You guys like level 4 knowledge,
emerged,
maybe.
I thought things might become somewhat troublesome.
Well, that's why we're able to surpass him.
And they were just brats once we looked into it. All we needed to do was lay the blame on them.
When you told me that, I knew then that you were the better man.
Their popularity was a bit beyond my expectations. But flipping it made the negative press stronger. After that, all I had to do was openly berate them. I've been gaining more supporters since. The current administration is dead with ongoing scandals. Never mind the fact that they're my doing. Even the government parties have begun splitting up, and they're dissolving just as planned. The time has finally come. Just a little more, and I will take the seat of Prime Minister. However, inauguration isn't my goal. That's when everything truly begins. I'll make this country rich for the sake of its selfish and ignorant masses who can only rely on others.
In other words, you're creating a powerful country that can compete with the world.
The public resonates with my ideals and follows me. And for that, some sacrifices can't be avoided. That is my duty as the Chosen One. Your assistance has been very influential in making my plans proceed smoothly. When I become Prime Minister, I'll grant whatever wish you want.
With this most recent case, my name has become known across the country, perhaps even the world. Surely my story will be passed down as a hero who won against monsters that could control people's hearts. I believe I'll lay low and devote myself to my studies.
I suppose with your age, you wouldn't come up with debauched desires.
I am thinking about the future, though.
Well, how do I put this?
Well then.
Yeah, talk to Futaba.
I'll just add.
Let's save or progress.
Yeah, it's been like an hour and a half of cutscenes or something.
I don't think I've been able to save since the fight, dude. Like,
Yeah, since after the
How I
fight,
hijacked your phone during the school trip? That
when it
kinda
said
came in
saving was
handy.
very recommended.
Well, remember how I put that wiretap app in Akechi's phone? Basically, that let me see GPS info for 2 phones, yours and his. I'd be able to tell the precise moment Sai Nijima, who had your phone, ran into Akechi. That's when I saw my chance, and beep, sent the signal to activate the Metaverse Navigator. But there was a chance they'd just pass each other without saying a single word. That's why we needed you to tell Sai Nijima to show the phone to Akechi.
so they stood still long enough to be in range.
This plan still surprises me no matter how many times I hear it.
Still, I couldn't just directly hack into the Metaverse Nav. It's a mysterious app after all. But you know how it has that bookmark function? All you have to do is push the button. Making the phone think he was pushing that button was totally doable.
So that's worth it.
Pretty good, huh?
Keep talking to her.
Sorry.
It may not have looked like it, but everyone else was risking their lives too. Though there's no doubt you were the most at risk. I mean, you actually got arrested. But it seems like all the drugs and stuff made you forget the details of the plan. Want me to explain how it all went down? It might take a bit. Well, since the rest of us didn't get captured, we had to act. We had to pretend we never wanted you to get arrested. Pretend the suicide news was a real shock. Basically, we had to act like we didn't know anything, 24/7. The enemy knows who we are, so we couldn't let our guard down even once while you were gone. If they had people watching us and realized what our plan was, they would have killed you immediately. Want to hear more? Another tough part was figuring out how to get Sai Nijima and Akechi back from the metaverse. In order to return to reality, you have to go back to the point where you came into the metaverse. So, Sai and Akechi had to go through where the nav was activated, as in, the hall where they met. Akechi would just come back the same way after the assassination. The real issue was Sai Nijima. We needed to stop her for a moment before she headed back toward the interrogation room. But nothing can be sent to a phone inside a palace. So, I had to program the messages in beforehand. In doing so, I made it seem like the messages were coming at that exact moment in time. That part was kinda last minute, so I had to pull an all-nighter trying to get it set up. I'm really on a roll here. Wanna hear some more?
I'd forgotten about the no text message. I mean, so for somewhere out there, there's someone who's like, okay, fine. They shut a hole in my theory.
Let me see. Another problematic thing was... Oh yeah, tying Akechi up. That was really tough. I obviously don't mean the real Akechi. Even if we could do that, it would ruin our plan.
Because when they entered the nav, she would have imagined a copy of Akechi going in as well.
Exactly.
The one we had
Because it was in her palace, so all the cognitive beings were from her cognition.
This part's really complicated. I know.
And
you're
in her
tired.
cognition, you were in
sure
the
you wanna hear all of this
room,
now?
and he was going down the hall.
Well, we needed to lure Akechi into Sai Nijima's palace and have him kill the cognitive version.
Like, I'm understanding all that. But theoretically, it didn't have to be just size. Anyone who's ever seen that room and didn't have a twisted version of it could have done that.
Sure, but it was convenient. You know, trying to find another palace would have been when you already knew that that one was like right there and next to the police station.
I guess the thing that's weird to me is how she has the power cognitively to place us in a place that's not technically her palace.
Well, like,
It's like we just go through a portal into her world.
Exactly.
Which kind of does a little bit of the world between them's more of an ocean than you know, just the streets between.
Everywhere, like every palace has had the surrounding area be normal. You know?
Yes, typically because the desires don't pass
Only
that
culminate
point.
in one place.
And so it's weird to associate a power of the palace wielder outside of their existing zone.
I suppose, but you're not
Because
really
that means technically, although it hasn't happened yet, Kamoshida could have jumped in a Doom buggy and chased us throughout all of town. Even though...
Technically, yeah.
And so that's something that they hadn't really ever kind of delved into.
You're not 100% wrong, but it still makes sense to me, at least.
Akechi would have totally
Like,
realized we'd lured him into the palace.
anywhere that, like, it's just their cognition that you're entering. You know what I mean?
Until the night before the assassination. Makoto realized in the middle of the night. Then it was a huge mess trying to figure out what to do. In the end, we chose to sneak into the metaverse while the plan was happening to tie up the cognition. Because you told Sae to show him the phone, we expected her to chat with him for at least a bit. So, we had a few minutes to strike after the cognitive Akechi showed up, but before the nav activated. It was Operation Tie Him Up. Though it wasn't really much of an operation in the end. Thankfully, Sai Nijima didn't know his true nature, so the one that appeared was an ordinary kid. It was pretty simple surrounding him, knocking him out, and tossing him on another floor. But man, watching Makoto's skill was super amazing. I guess she does use Knuckles as her weapon. Basically, what I'm trying to say
Just sucker punched Akechi. Hey guys!
And you know, it actually couldn't have been anyone's palace, because there needed to be a cognitive version of you in that room.
Yeah, they would have to know I was there.
Exactly.
I just can't help but ramble.
Which just goes back into not knowing that palace holders had an ability past the center of their desire.
Sorry about that. Just focus on resting up. You don't have to worry about anything else. And seriously, well done. Oh, you want to hear it again? What? That's no fun.
He's tired. You can tell him some other time, okay?
Okay, Morgana's just, we're so happy you're safe.
So. Well, how do I put this?
So I guess I can just go to bed and I'm back on the dungeon grind tomorrow?
I'm gonna head back then.
I mean, there's some steps before that, the preliminary stuff.
And I'm not allowed to leave the house?
You can eventually. But you're not going to school or anything.
Don't worry about it. This'll be a breeze compared to what we've had to face so far. And we'll have
You
all
wear like
the
a
time
hood
to
and
come up
shit
with the plans
when you
together.
go out. You're all incognito.
To be perfectly honest, I don't really care what happens to Shido, one way or the other.
So, did I just lose one of my, will seeds?
One of your will seeds?
Remember? Akechi was toting around one of my...
No, you get all that back. You get everything you had back. Except his weapon and gun, because no one else can use those.
I see.
But when I consider the fact that he's your enemy, I naturally think he's my enemy as well. I'm going to stay with you until the very end. Well then, we should get to sleep. You know, something that Futaba said before, when you were in a pinch in the palace, she picked up a reading of someone who came to your rescue. Was that... So it was Yoshizawa. Then we'd better let her know you're safe now. And I'll even lend you a hand with that.
Akechi is bae?
Get off my site with that Akechi shit.
Dude, my approval rating's down to 3. How am I ever going to go deeper into Mementos? Actually, I can't go in any deeper into Mementos because I didn't destroy the palace. But we do that off screen now? Or would we never even do that again?
It seems to me, they never really go into this, but my assumption is she's kind of been given a natural change of heart, a la Mishima-esque.
She's been Mishimaed.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I was curious if that was the thing too, because now she's realized how horrible she was becoming and is now on the right side and is learned that all the things that she's being pushed to do, she's being manipulated and she doesn't want to be manipulated.
It always made sense to me that getting rid of a palace was kind of like not a necessity in a sense if the person could somehow be reasoned with to see the error of their ways in real life. But their palace would probably disappear naturally.
Of course.
Well, so it's weird because we've been told that going deeper into Mementos is linked to public knowledge?
It's not public approval, it's public consciousness, if that makes sense.
Which means technically nobody... We might be losing consciousness in people's minds now because they think we're dead?
I don't know.
The current government has been getting wrapped up in scandal after scandal. Even more importantly, there's just an aura about him. Like he can fix whatever problems we have.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me who does it. I just want to see our society back on track. Especially after it turned out those phantom thieves were nothing more than scum in the end.
We'll show you.
And it's a shame that you're missing. You had perfect attendance too.
You're a bad teacher. I just spend the next 3 weeks getting text messages from all my confidants. Oh my god!
Actually, yes. All the ones who know you're a phantom thief, which is actually quite a bit for you.
It's all of them.
Yeah, it is. Because you managed to get all of the outside, your party ones done before that dungeon.
Mm-hmm. All that's left is Haru and Futaba.
So good job with that.
Cut that out.
God damn it, they're still making me sit through school though. As the player.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Curry time. Ooh wee! Like machine. Well, let's read text messages for the next 2 hours.
Hey.
Okay.
Dude, imagine after a night of being beat to shit and being drugged, getting to sit down to a cup of coffee and some curry.
Not just any coffee and curry.
Pappuccino's coffee and curry.
Yeah.
Does this one keep in theme with the heist motif? Or is this one like Space Mountain?
It's kind of a unique concept, but I'd say that it could totally work in a heist movie. It's not nearly as bad in Off the Wall as Space Mountain.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Like, I could totally see this one working in a heist movie. It would actually be kind of an interesting movie if they went that direction.
Because I can't think of anything else that people rob. You know, we've had museums, banks. No one wants to do a jewelry store palace. You know, that'd be a little dumb.
Yeah. You know what would have been cool, but for some reason, I don't know why they didn't do this. Maybe, I guess it's kind of hard to maybe fit as in a cognition. I don't know. I don't see how we didn't fucking rob like a masquerade ball, like mansion, and you know what I mean.
It would have been cool, but I don't know that I can think of. That would just be a standard home robbery, I guess. Which is probably why they decide not to do it.
I mean, it would just, the person in charge would just have to imagine their palace as like a big mansion or something, you know.
Mm-hmm. Like, oddly enough, I know it'd be weird, something like that would work with someone like a priest in a confessional, you know, and that's why all the people have masks, is cause he doesn't know what they actually look like, but he knows things about them based upon their confessions.
Maybe. Basically, a mansion where there's like a internal masquerade ball going on. That's not the next palace, but.
Yeah, there's lots of things I could imagine cognitive palaces being. You know, like, I can't help but think that somewhere out there is someone whose palace is a Wild West town and they're like the sheriff.
That's crazy.
I mean, because it would just be, you know, like a lawless, you know, thing where everyone's doing dirty shit. You know, and they're just, you know, the fastest gun in town, you know, mentality.
Alright.
I wonder what
Let's
my
head to
palace
the
would
diet
be.
building. Make sure you aren't discovered, okay?
We don't have twisted desires enough to have a palace, I'm pretty
But if
sure.
I did, I wonder.
How it could be contorted.
My distorted desire would probably be being alone. So it would have to be something that would have something to do with that.
I could see mine being like a Aladdin-esque treasure cave. You know, because it's like just getting into that isolation. You know, it's just, like, just surrounded by my mini fridge, my TV, my PlayStation. I'm happy, my treasures.
You gotta be kidding me. You realize you're done for if you get caught, right? Ugh. The stunts you pull sometimes. Just don't stay out too late.
Akechi isn't here.
Let's begin at once. Police cars are making rounds, so we can't stay here too long. We already have Masayoshi Shido and Diet Building. All we need is what he thinks of this place.
Maybe Mount Fuji, since it's the highest place in the country?
Conditions have not been met. What about a mansion?
Since he's going to subjugate everyone as Prime Minister, perhaps a
Oh,
school?
well, mansion.
What about an arena, like the Colosseum?
Imperial Palace? It's no good. I thought we would have gained entry by now. Maybe we shouldn't have called you here.
Hey, you think he's guarding his whole palace with a barrier? Shido stole the cognitive science research, right? Well, maybe it had some special move written in it.
Is that even possible?
Who knows? I've got no idea.
There was nothing like that in the notes I saw.
Anyways, what kind of person is Shido? I can't figure him out.
I did some light research on him last night, but I couldn't get a grasp on the type of man he is.
That man over there is probably a legislator, right? I'll try asking him. Excuse me, I'm a member of the newspaper club at my high school. May I speak with you for a moment?
Sure.
What kind of person is Representative Shido? What's he think about the national diet?
His stance is dedication for country. It's how he's garnered everyone's trust.
Wow, our acting's
He's an admirable man of action, with a first-class determination. I'd say he's a model politician. I believe that he'll help create a wonderful future in which young adults like you can live in ease.
Does he see this place as like a monument to himself? Actually, that ain't too far-fetched with what he's saying he wants to do.
An exemplary answer. It makes sense he wouldn't tell teenagers anything unnecessary.
Look over there. He's on a walkie-talkie.
Wait, is it about us?
That doesn't look good.
We should leave at once. Tomorrow's the day off, so let's have an early strategy meeting. Meet at... We should all think about this tonight.
The criminals calling themselves the Phantom Thieves are no more. However, I believe that this country's citizens are still living their days in anxiety. These scandals only increase our distrust of the current government. As a citizen myself, I am enraged.
Look who's talking.
What does it mean to be a politician with responsibility? Working toward personal gain without consideration of the country is outrageous.
The election's public notification is tomorrow. No matter where I go, people are cheering for Shido.
Everyone's being deceived so easily.
I know this won't be tonight or even next stream, more than likely, but well, we can plan it. We can plan around it pretty easy.
What, you thinking about that blocked content?
Yeah.
In order to save this country that has been tainted by villains, social reform is essential.
So, whenever you get to the point where you're about to... It's not even this dungeon, but it is the one after. The final boss dungeon of the original.
Of base game, yeah.
When we get to that point, we should start streaming, because... From the computer, because right after that, like right after you beat the final boss of the original vanilla...
It goes straight into...
Yeah. In which case, if we were streaming on PlayStation...
Depending upon how long in the stream, it'd be a little awkward, yeah.
The stream would be missing content. So I'd say as soon as we get to that dungeon that you have to do in one day and fight the final boss of the OG game.
Mm-hmm.
You should just start streaming from the computer from there.
So start
so whenever
after
you do,
after this dungeon.
After this dungeon, and after like the free days you have after the dungeon, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So basically, when we just go into the next dungeon, start the stream on.
Exactly. Because right after that will be. Because even if you quit after you beat the boss, by the next time you get to save,
There's cutscenes, is what you're saying.
it will already have been blocked scenes that won't be on stream.
Yeah.
We're still looking at probably 2 or 3, maybe even 4 streams before that, though. Depending.
Yeah, depending. Like, we are going straight from Deadline to dungeon here. But this one will probably follow more of a standard dungeon procedure.
Yeah, this dungeon's pretty long, but you can do it all in a day.
Am I gonna keep getting side quest?
You'll get some. And then there's side quests that are in the 3rd semester that you'll get. They're 3rd semester only. Oh yeah, look at your cool fucking banner.
Yeah, I got a flag.
Dope.
Who made that, though? There was no story about that.
No, there wasn't. I don't know where it came from. I just know that you get it after you get to the present. I mean, I like it, but...
Yeah. So there's nothing I can really do right now. And I don't have any nighttime confidants, so I guess I should just work out.
Well, you can't go out anyway right now.
Oh, you want to do it?
You could get Kami to make you something and work out.
Yeah.
Where did he go? There is no door over there.
Yeah. What sorcery have you done?
Hey.
Make sure your clothes up.
Hi.
I'm alive.
So there are people who, as far as the story's concerned,
I'll just add this.
Were disappointed that it was a catchy.
I understand what they're saying. It feels a little too on the nose with the build up to it right there at the end.
I kind of get that.
And they say you were sold out, but Akechi was never one of us, so it feels like that's another misdirect. He joins the team so late that, you know, automatically I suspected him of involvement in the story, but as far as him being the one to betray me, I never considered him a friend enough to associate him with that line.
I mean, he still does technically betray you.
Yeah, it's just, you know, when they said, you know, one of your friends or teammates betrayed you, it's like, But then again, you know, we talked about how...
Then again, that is a police tactic to get you to talk. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the disappointment with it being Akechi. At the same time,
Or if they had just played it a little closer to their chest and not let you know that Akechi hated you.
well, they didn't in the original.
Really, that scene's new to this.
Well, yeah, the whole entire Akechi confidant is.
So to me, that's a bit of a letdown.
It might be if it didn't have anything else going for it.
I mean, like,
I think that in of itself is maybe kind of a letdown, depending on the way you look at it. But it doesn't really let me down because of the other aspects of the story that are happening at the time. That being how the fuck you got out of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the whole how the like the plan, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that everyone knew already.
Mm-hmm.
Nice going.
Well, I mean, that's always the thing about any heist movie, you know, any Ocean's movie. There's always the scene where they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, we knew the whole time. Like in one of them, like, the guy who they've been fighting with the whole time goes home and they're sitting in his house.
See,
holding a real relic that he just stole the fake of. And it's like, wait,
See,
what?
that to me was the real narrative hook at this point in the story.
What do you mean?
Well, like, the narrative hook went from who betrayed me to how the fuck did I get out of this, or am I gonna get out of this situation?
I don't have a lot of angst. No, angst isn't the right word. I'm not too concerned with how the game will proceed from this point onward, if that makes sense. To me, it feels kind of self-explanatory. You know, we go for the boss.
That's not really what I meant. I meant that point in the story, I was more interested in how...
Oh, you didn't care about who betrayed you, but how you were going to get out of jail.
Kind of, yeah.
Meanwhile, I was always more fascinated with who betrayed me. Because I knew me being main protag, I would get out. But it's like...
Well, it's not about exactly the fact that you get out. It's like, how did you get out? We all knew the destination, but the journey was what was, like, the interesting part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I just... You and I, like, the thing that tweaked our interest the most was the opposite ends of the spectrum on that one.
Well, no, like, at that point, like, the other thing about Akechi is, like, he does, it's such a weird feeling for me, because he's so obvious that he's too obvious, almost.
Yeah, he's kind of mustache
He's so obvious
twirling.
that you almost don't expect him, and that you are still almost kind of surprised when it ends up being him. And, like, it comes full circle.
It's kind of like a surprise / disappointment of, wow, really? He's the surprise? So telegraphed, yeah. Yeah, I understand it.
At the same time, at that...
Because it would have been so much more heart-wrenching if it was like Ryuji or someone like that.
There's no way they could do that, though.
Well, they could have. They would just... Yeah.
That, and it's not as much of a letdown to me because of the how'd you get out of this plot is so
You
interesting.
were... Oh, yeah, you weren't as interested in the...
No, I mean, I was interested, but it's weird. It's like it balanced out for me. Was I kind of disappointed with Akechi being the culprit? Yes. but there were still super interesting parts of the story that were also gonna going on at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't like uninvested or anything. It's like, yeah, they dropped the ball kinda with this part, but they really nailed it with this part. So I forgive them, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, the whole how we got away with it is about neutral for me personally.
The most impressive aspect is how convoluted it is, and I've sat and thought about it for a long time, and I could have never found any holes in it.
I mean, it's not really. It's actually over convoluted in how they say it. Like, the actual bare bones principles are right there. They make sense. The main thing is the way they just kind of say it and the way they focus the story. The real gist of it, we make him go into the metaverse and let him kill a fake version.
Well, I know, but there's more going on to it than that.
And the thing that makes it fall maybe a little flat to me is the fact of they didn't take something we knew about to make this possible. It's not it clicking like, oh, that's how that ties in. It's, oh, by the way, we've never told you, but hey, it happens. And here you go.
Well, we knew all of this was possible, though.
They had never talked about the control of the palace holder outside of the palace. To me,
don't know what
and
you're
so that
talking
to
about
me,
there.
yeah, because we've never seen a palace wielder do anything outside of their palace.
The thing is, the palace ruler didn't do anything outside of their palace.
They created the world so that Akechi could kill the fake and that stuff, because that was all within their palace, technically.
You've known that because you have been in multiple palaces, and the rest of the world outside of it has always looked the same.
But we've never done anything outside of the palace. It's always been at the palace itself.
Well, because you never had any business outside of it, but it's always been there.
Yeah, and so it's just like there was never anything said about the outside of the palace.
Technically, narratively, you have been outside. Because you and Ryuji, like in Kamoshida's palace, like they mentioned, you entered Kamoshida's palace way far away from the school.
Yes.
And walked all the way through the city, technically in Kamoshida's cognitive world, all the way to his actual palace. And
yeah, and so to me, it's like up until that point, to me it felt like there is the metaverse, and within the metaverse are palaces controlled by the ruler. But that it didn't necessarily, to me, ever come across as, and those rulers have control outside of palace. It felt like a neutral zone.
The thing is,
and so it's just that they never clarified that, so that when this happens, it's so again, now you're saying that it can happen.
If you could just go to the metaverse, you wouldn't need the keywords. Because you could just fucking, if you knew, for instance, that Madarame's palace was at his house, you wouldn't need to know it's a museum, because you could just go into the metaverse and see it.
Well, and see, like, I get what you're saying about the passwords, but then there's also Mementos, which is the metaverse non-aspected, which would technically flow between...
But it is aspected. It's the collective unconscious.
Yeah, but so the collective unconscious would be the world between the palaces, to me, is how I was originally thinking about it.
Well, no, I mean, Mementos is a palace, though. It's like the general public's palace.
I feel like they specifically said it's not a palace, it's the collective unconscious.
Well, no, literally, Morgana says... Because Ryuji's like, is it a palace? And Morgana says, it's like everyone's palace.
Yeah, so it's like, kind of, that's the easiest way to think about it, but not technically palace.
But it is technically a palace.
Kind of, yes. That's the closest thing we have to it, but it not being a single person's, it's a potluck.
A what?
Potluck. If that's the thing where everyone brings their own dish, it's a...
Oh.
yeah.
It's still a palace, though. Forget how we got on this.
That initiated from people not being super
the whole outside
into Akechi and the different appeals of what's the larger draw, who betrayed, or how do we get out of it, and the personally differences between you and I.
No good.
How many do we miss?
Perhaps he truly does have a barrier up.
Right?
That's not something to be excited about.
We know all the way up to Diet Building, too.
So you enter keywords into the Metaverse Navigator.
Boss, can you turn the TV on? Shido might be on it.
Sure thing.
Goro Akechi. Him and his stupid composed face.
So, Akechi-san. Is it true you withdrew yourself from the media as part of your plan to capture the Phantom Thieves?
I truly apologize for causing such a stir. Honestly, it required a lot of courage to openly oppose them when their popularity was at its peak. I mean, people often lashed out at me online and whatnot.
Then was it also your plan when you said they weren't at fault after their popularity declined?
That was to catch them off guard. I could say I applied my profiling knowledge. Once they lost public support, someone they thought was their greatest enemy led to hand. That's the same strategy used in romance, wouldn't you agree?
Why is he being treated as an ace detective of justice?
It's not just on TV or online. Newspapers, magazines. I see his face everywhere.
On the other hand, no one's hoping for our comeback on the fan site. Like, at all.
Phantom Thieves are evil. Shido and Akechi are just. It should be the other way around.
They're manipulating information using the media.
Leaving Akechi aside, we'll get back at him later. Our main issue is Shido.
Were there any instances before when you didn't know the palace keywords?
Well, there was the time with Futaba.
We didn't know anything about her, so all we could do was make conjectures.
Then why don't we just go directly and see Shido?
That's impossible. He's surrounded by bodyguards and followers all the time.
There's no way high school students can get an appointment with him either.
Well, we do have an adult with us.
No, that's still impossible. Besides, that's too dangerous a method.
Well, this is a problem.
What's with the ruckus outside?
To everyone gathered before Yongin Jaya Station.
Isn't that an election campaign card?
Oh, right! The candidates are currently campaigning.
I apologize for the commotion. I am Masayoshi Shido.
Wait, did he just say Shido?
Yeah, he did!
Man, talk about being lucky! We can go check him out without an appointment now!
Hey, Ryuji ran off toward the station. This way, hurry! By the way, did something happen? You didn't seem well a moment ago.
I'll just add this.
Now is the time to rebuild this crumbling nation. Our government is littered with scandals, and criminals have taken a strong foothold in our society. Such a disgraceful past must be discarded. We must set sail into a new future of dreams and hope. So our children who carry the burden of the next generation can be proud of their country. So our nation can once again become a powerful one with abundant wealth and luxury. So our beautiful home will be acknowledged as the best country in the world. I humbly ask that you cast your vote for me, Masayoshi Shido. Let us all set sail toward a happy future, together. I hope to continue serving you all.
Is that the guy? You guys wait here. I'll go get intel for us.
Wait!
Hey! Yo, Shido-san!
Stand back.
I just want to talk to him for a sec.
He's a busy man.
The hell? Ain't he supposed to hear a citizen's comments?
That's enough, Brat.
You're that asshole we met at the hotel before, at the elevators. Oh, I'm sorry. So you can butt in front of other people if you're in a hurry?
What are you talking about?
That moron! Come on, stop!
But these guys...
Hey, kid. You don't want to know what happens when you cross me.
Why don't we just scream, what do you mean you don't want to know what happens?
It seems the customer base has changed since I was here last. Have they started a daycare?
Hey, the show. Get lost, kid.
Damn, Brat! I'll sue!
What are you looking at? This country is filled with clueless children. I worry for Japan's future. Let them go. My next appointment is coming up.
What a piece of shit. So what do you think after seeing him in person?
We'll get you soon, Pitbull.
Mr. Worldwide, coming to a cell near you.
Damn, Brett.
The same guy? For real? Seriously?
You're sure, aren't you?
I mean, I, as the player, have known for a very long time.
Holy shit. I don't believe it.
Yeah, the game likes to be coy about these things, even though there's no way they truly believe that we wouldn't know.
Yeah, it almost feels painful to know something for 130 hours.
What kind of fate brought you two back together?
Talk about a destined connection. Shido was involved in the cognitive research too, right? This can't be dismissed as just a coincidence.
God, what the hell's going on here?
Shido was already a politician then, yet he sued a student and ruined his future?
Yes.
He must have pulled some strings so that his name wouldn't be mentioned. Furthermore, he also would have had to force that woman into making a false statement.
He would do anything. We're talking about a man who ordered a hit inside the police station.
He can't sit still until he crushes whoever opposes him, no matter how trivial. He's always been that way.
What a piece of shit.
I'm sending you a picture and I'm sorry about it.
Okay.
Children are the future, my ass! What he's saying and doing are completely different.
But now that we found out who did it, can't something be done about his record?
Once the courts have made a judgment, overturning that decision will be difficult.
For some fucked up reason, I've seen that meme before.
Oh god.
It'd barely be possible even if proof of innocence is presented and Shido admits to his crimes.
At any rate, we need to trigger a change of heart in him.
Be that as it may, Shido's outer appearance and his true face are wholly different. It's beyond hypocritical. It's as if he's an entirely different person.
He speaks about the good of the country. It makes me wonder what really is on his mind.
That man's full of ambition to rise in the world. He only thinks of the weak as stepping stools for his success.
He treats himself as an elite man while looking down on others. That's the worst.
I assume the key word for what he believes the Diet building is will be despicable too.
It must be something self-centered and completely different from politics.
Someone like him needs to be punished as soon as possible.
Let's head to the Diet building again right after school tomorrow. I feel we'll get it this time.
Stewing over it won't get anywhere. We have to do this.
I will say this about Akechi, again, being like, you know, similar story beat in Persona 4.
Yeah.
Much, not teammate betrayed you, but, you know, a whodunit.
Yes.
Kind of. Way more
payoff
thinky than this game.
As far
figuring
as
out,
knowing
like,
who
especially
did it.
especially in the game, figuring out that the murderer is Adachi, you actually have to be kind of clever to figure that out.
Because you have to make an accusation and accuse him yourself.
Well, yeah, and like it's just not obvious. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Which is a shame, because that's an element of that game that I will never get to enjoy, because I know
yeah,
he's
I
the
know.
one.
I know you already know. That's why I told you. Not I
Because
don't
that
think
would
you'll
be
ever
the
play that
dopest
game.
part of the game, would be actually reaching that moment and seeing... Because I'm always trying to... I like to test my,
Yeah.
deductions.
Because that's the thing is, like, that's a big make or break part of the game. Is because it gives you everyone in fucking town you've ever met to pick from.
Mm-hmm.
And certain clues, and you have to really think about the entire story and who fits into every clue, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And when you figure out it's Adachi, and like you're like, is it? And then it actually turns out to be Adachi. It's a big holy shit moment. You know what I mean?
I guess another day of making coffee and working out.
Being a butt motherfucker.
Since I'm not allowed to go to the jazz club.
What do you want to do? Yep.
Make sure your clothes up.
Hi!
Oh, you want to do it?
Did you figure out who did it in Persona 4 by yourself?
Holy shit, dude.
Okay.
You okay?
I was like 14 when I played that game. That was 10 years ago.
I didn't realize you had played that game that long ago. I thought you picked it up when...
It was on the PS2, dude.
Yeah, I knew that Tony played it in high school, so I just assumed that you played it at the same time as that. Because I remember him talking about Persona 3, which I thought you may have played and led you to Persona 4.
I went to his house and saw him playing Persona 3, which prompted me to buy Persona 4. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't actually play Persona 3 till after I played Persona 4.
I see.
Dude, for the life of me, I honestly can't remember. If I did figure it out on my own or not.
Nice going.
I can't help but feel like that means you probably looked at it somewhere, or it was spoiled somehow.
I don't know, because I am filled with this emotion of... The fact that I so vividly remember the emotion of figuring it out, though, is what kind of leads me to believe that I did.
Mm-hmm. But then at the same time, that emotion feeding into not knowing is a little odd.
Yeah.
To me and how my brain works. Because if I figured it out, you know, like I'd cling on to that shit somehow.
Well then.
The thing is, you'd think that I'd remember.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless. But I genuinely can't remember. Then again, I do vividly remember the moment in which you choose someone and going through the names and thinking about them. I think I guess I must have.
I feel like that's one of those games where it's like they have all these people in the forefront and then it ends up being a background-esque person, and that's why you never suspect them. Because it feels like you don't know enough about them to, you know, make a true accusation.
I know the game gives you multiple chances to get the right answer. Not unlimited, but you get more than one chance. mean, hiding the pieces isn't allowed in, like, shogi, I guess, but...
I'm not a professional shogi player.
This isn't shogi, bitch. This is fucking life or death.
Well, last time I checked, neither one of us was professionals.
Oh, shit!
Security guards became suspicious of us last time, so we can't stay here for long. But we still have no hit.
I honestly don't know why we keep coming in standing in front of the gate until we know the actual solution. It would let us know if it was right no matter where we were. So we're kind of just taking an unnecessary risk.
I don't get it either.
I guess it's them hoping that we get it and then jump in, but can't we just kind of teleport to wherever from the... Or once we found it, you know, come the next day?
Yeah.
Think it's a barrier after all?
You can't
Where'd
teleport.
your enthusiasm from yesterday go?
Ah, shut up. The real game starts at 2 outs.
Enough chatting. You should only be thinking about the keyword.
The citizens are secondary. He only cares about his own well-being and that of his lackeys.
He wants to become Prime Minister.
I think they're hoping that being here will give them an idea.
Maybe.
I think that's what
Fortune,
Ryuji said.
people.
Hey, can you think of anything based on what you've heard from him? Just try saying anything. It doesn't matter if you guess.
Incompetent fools like you just need to shut your mouths and follow where I steer this country.
I feel like they're gonna say ship. Like yacht.
Steer?
Or something. Yep, ship. Option.
It was a match?
What? The Diet Building's a ship?
You're a smart boy, Perry.
Well, I mean, they forced me to listen to the dialogue every 2 steps as I was trying to get to the rally.
What kind of scenery will that be?
Every 5 minutes of game, I saw that flashback. For all 450 hours.
I don't remember the exact line, but it was very aquatic. Set sail on the for better countries. Yeah, bullshit like that.
Whatever it is, looks like there are no barriers.
Shut up! Let's hurry up and go in.
I think I've seen movies where they rob a ship.
Are we clear of the guards?
Yeah, it's like, I can't think of anything, but at the same time, it doesn't seem out of place.
Like...
If that makes sense.
I mean, you know, obviously the most readily available is pirates.
Yeah, but it's not quite that aesthetic, though.
I know of movies, like, there was a horror movie I saw growing up, Ghost Ship, where the plot was the ship was, for some reason, like, transporting gold that belonged to, like, one of the passengers, and some of the people on the ship knew about it. So, for some reason, they kill everyone on the ship, and the ship becomes haunted, but it was so they could steal the gold. So it's like for a heist, so, you know, kind of, but not really the point of.
All right, do it.
Wow, I feel this meme so hard right now.
So hard.
So hard, bro.
Did anything change? We went in, right?
We're probably on the boat.
Security guards seem to be gone, but it's difficult to tell for certain.
I want to watch that movie, but I don't know where to find it.
I don't even know what it is from. I've seen it before, but I don't know
Gun
what it's from.
Akimbo?
It's a little on the nose.
Yes.
This seems to be similar to what happened with Sis's palace.
But this time, the Diet building remains unchanged.
The gate wasn't open earlier, though.
Wait, look! Mona's appearance is different.
That means we're definitely in a palace.
Come on, let's go take a look.
How's it look over there? See anything?
Nah, it's totally normal.
I'll check it out.
What the heck?
What's up, Futaba? Futaba?
What is it?
The hell?
Even though this country may sink, he alone will survive. That's what this cognition is about, huh?
This is bullshit! A country that children can be proud of my ass is completely sunken in his head. If a guy like this stands above everyone, we're seriously done for.
This is beyond ridiculous.
The same goes for Akechi. He should have seen this scenery as well. Yet he still aided Shido.
What in the world is he thinking? Whether it be for glory or for simply a reward, my father died because of someone like this.
We gotta sink Shido instead of this country.
A palace with not just the center of the distortion, but the entire country sunken. I can't believe there's someone with this tremendous of a desire. Be careful. This will be completely different from past palaces.
We're definitely gonna take his treasure. Come on, what a lame way to start this off.
No? I think that's how it should be. We haven't failed yet, so if we calmly give this our all, the results will surely follow. We must put an end to this by December 17th, the day before the elections.
Thank you, Makoto.
Let the infiltration
I didn't
begin.
think it was that lame.
Time to pay him back.
Yeah, I always liked the guy who's a little bit aloof and sure of his abilities, but who's not going to get, rattled by a scenario because he's got confidence in his team. It's business as usual. Let's get in there and whoop some ass.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like, yeah, let's do it as a team. Not, this is gonna be the hardest thing we ever did, and 5 of you might not make it out. Like, wait, what? Who picks what 5?
I agree with you on that.
Also, if it was the 5 of you may not make it out, that means it's probably just gonna be me, Futaba, and the rest of you. It's kind of a shit show, but Morgana does have the most medical purpose, so he'd probably heal himself and survive.
indeed.
So you brought all the best girls.
They were just who were in my party when I beat Makoto's sister.
Ryuji?
He replaced Akechi.
And yes, Ryuji is the best girl.
It looks like they combined a cruise ship with your masquerade idea.
Yeah, they did.
Although the truth of the matter would be that you would find a lot of people with the same palace motif. I feel. Obviously that's not great for gameplay, but...
Oh, did you know a second season of Mandalorian's coming out in November, or not November, October?
I didn't know the date, but I knew it had another season coming out.
I didn't know, I did too, I didn't know it was going to be so soon though. October?
Yeah, considering I was just hearing like casting information like Rosario Dawson and what is it? Jango Fett?
Boba Fett. Jango Fett's been long dead at this point in time.
I thought it was the actor was gonna be in it or something.
Oh, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I don't recall specifically. I just there was something about
I
one of
seen
them.
the casting.
I think, or boy, mottoed no.
You're right.
Maybe.
Listen up.
Focus.
Well, maybe you should straighten your posture there, feller.
Huh? What?
It's time. King Frost! You're mine.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool. Beat him up. Skull's on fire. Don't move around or you'll make it worse. That looks like it hurt.
Persona!
I think Makoto on Ryuji is what I beat the game with.
Get wrecked!
Well, not the last boss of Royal.
Is this a show of
but
sorts?
of the vanilla
Mr. Shido
boss.
never fails to keep his guests entertained.
Indeed, those
Because obviously I had
privileged enough to
Kasumi
be
in my
on
party
this
for
ship
the
are
third
all on the
semester.
winning team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that would obviously be very, yeah.
What is with these people? Why do they not feel any danger after what they just witnessed?
It seems they think no harm will come to them because they're here on Shido's ship.
They're not even sensing the danger. Come on, let's make him see what this ship really is.
I like how you just kind of forgot about that other palace out there.
Yeah, canonically.
It sure does seem like you have.
It should be easy if we stay focused.
Persona! King Frost! Ravage them!
An enemy's frozen. Let's shatter it in one strike. Good work, time to waste. Okay, let's move on.
All right.
Damn, your technical damage is so high now.
Treasure chest. Why don't we open?
Not to mention the guaranteed knockdown.
Yeah.
That shit's so sexy, dude. You got a real good setup going. Now.
Enemies, don't worry though. They're no big deal.
Persona! King Frost! Go down!
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker. It's weak to nuclear moves. Let's end this quickly. Looks like my turn. Persona! One enemy defeated. Go get him, Queen.
Serves you right.
We can end this right now. They're done for. They felt that one.
All right.
That was easy.
Show me your true form.
You've come so far, Perry. Skill-wise. I'll have to admit.
That one's dangerous.
Your understanding of the game mechanics is very much improved.
Well, I mean, that's only natural.
I know, I'm just... I've never seen one of my friends play a Persona game, so I'm just I don't know. It's just nice to see.
Some other way. Go ahead. Sorry.
Leave it to me.
Last one. Get him. That's our queen.
Do not move a muscle.
Carrying disarray. All out attack. Fist of justice.
All right.
That was fast.
Focus.
I'm getting sleepy with nothing to do.
Show me your true form.
His treasures are Daruma.
I have something.
I don't know what that is.
A Daruma is like, it's like a little thingy. A little doll with a face. And I don't know all the lore behind it, right? I've had a Daruma once. Basically, the gist is, you get a Daruma and it doesn't have any pupils on its eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You take like a magic marker or something, like a black one, and you make a wish and you fill in one of the pupils.
Yeah.
And then, if your wish is fulfilled, you fill in the other pupil eventually.
It's weak to nuclear moves. Let's end this quickly.
Persona.
Does that make any sense?
You make a wish and fill in an eye. That much I gathered.
Yeah, and then if your wish comes true, you fill in the other eye.
Joker took one out.
I don't know why, but
I'll try. On to the next.
Ah, fuck, that's the wrong one, but... So I'm a little confused. The one thing that the game does that makes Akechi seem the least likely to betray you when he does is the fact that you have 2 more rank ups. Or 3?
You have 2.
And so I have to rank him up now that I know he hates me?
It's their story, remember?
Yeah, I know that, but it's still weird that we would rank up and grow closer.
I mean, L and Light grew closer to each other, even though they knew they were enemies.
Okay.
It's one of those things where, like, I almost don't know how to put it. It's like a love-hate relationship. It's one of those things where, like, you don't like your enemy, but you respect them. You know what I mean?
Treasure chest.
Forming a bond with someone doesn't necessarily mean being friends with them.
That's true. It's just that would also be the first time in the game that it's the case where it's not a friend.
That mean it's rare in real life, but it is possible and has happened. Most people you form bonds with are your friends, but there are exceptions to that rule.
Hey.
It's kind of a Japanese thing too, where like rivals and or enemies.
Maybe that's the main gist of it that I'm not getting. Like, I get what you're saying, but it's like the level of bonding of that, and you know, just like the psychoanalysis part, I feel like it's probably not as prominent in
Probably
maybe
not. It
more
happens
Western
all the time
lore.
in Japanese shit, though. Ellen Light is the best example I can think of.
Well, because I could see like that mentality of, you know, like 2 samurai kind of mentality.
Mm-hmm. I haven't actually seen the show for myself, but Naruto and Sasuke always gave me that vibe.
Something like a key card. Oh,
They're
of them.
kind of like friends and competitors and...
And you haven't got to this point in the show, but Gintoki and Takasugi is also a good...
Who's Takasugi?
You haven't got to that point in the show. He's an old ally, now enemy, but they still share, like, a bond.
I mean, that sounds like half the characters in the show. TBH is an old ally who's not really friends anymore.
At the same time, they still respect each other, and...
He's not the one with the butterfly kimono, is he?
Is he? He has an eye patch, I know that.
Always chews on like a piece of straw? Has a purple kimono with like gold butterflies?
Yeah, and an eye patch, yes. But they still have a strong bond, even though they're enemies.
475 people in favor, 0 against.
I hear something.
Since there is no one against,
Hell, Sora and Riku even give off the vibe of being frenemies in a lot of cases.
They're competitive, not quite as...
Well, you know, the varying degrees of...
And another thing that slightly...
love and hate in a love and hate
shifts
relationship.
gears is... Presumably... Akechi has always hated us.
Maybe not always. I think the more he got
The
to know
man
you,
that
the more
we
he hated
first
you.
met with him was never the real him, though. So it's like he was always casting a facade.
Oh, he was always casting a facade. But he didn't know you well enough. He didn't know you well enough to hate you when he first met you. He listed off the reasons he hated you, which he only would have found out after getting to know you better.
Although, remember how we met is we opposed him? Which, you know, him being him, that probably was an
Yeah, that probably started you off on the wrong foot, for sure. I don't know if he straight up hated you yet.
Chamber as written. Beyond here,
I don't see him as the kind of person who actually likes anyone. I feel that he just sees... It's weird that he has a persona considering how twisted I foresee his psyche being.
That's the thing, though. Having a persona doesn't mean you're not twisted. It just means that you accept who you are.
Well, what I mean is, like, he seemingly would view others as beneath him and as stepping stones, and, you know, all those things that would commonly be associated with someone who has a palace. But he can never have a palace, so those desires are supposed to be... and so that's something that's a little, you know,
The
different.
difference between him and who has a palace is the people who have a palace are distorted and unaccepting of their darker self, in a sense. They do all this bad shit, but if if someone asked them, "Are you a bad person?" they'd say no. Whereas if you ask Akechi if he's a bad person, he'd probably be like, "Yeah."
See, I wonder, because his persona being Robin Hood still means there's a twisted sense in there, dude.
There is more to that. You just don't know it yet.
Most likely a meaningless vote. One in which whatever Shido proposes...
Unless he is not actually a judgment, but was originally a, you know, fool or zero arcana.
Well, he's justice, not judgment.
I mean, I'm judging him. Judgment being the one that I ever actually spent any time with cards or anything, that's going to be the one I always forget who it went to.
So he's doing whatever he wants by keeping only his supporters
It went
in
to
there.
Sai. Judgment did.
Well, I know that right now, but, you know, like, after I beat the game, you know, 2-3 months down the road, that's going to be the first thing I forget.
What do we do to get in, though? Should we find these key cards?
You know, because most of the, you know, cards and the bonds in which they correspond to is purely from the habit of picking up card and visiting individual.
I guess, but if you think about it in the context of the story, it's pretty obvious.
Do you care to elaborate?
Judgment. Like, she was in a position of judging you, which determined the outcome of the story. And in every fool's journey,
Some kind of
the fool has to face
one
judgment
that vows to be his follower
to
or swear
then
loyalty.
determine the path forward.
I feel like this game's kind of twisted the usage of justice then, or judgment then.
I don't know what you mean.
Or we've always known. You know, it's not like we had to reflect and change our motives because we learned something about ourselves. It's like we're still going pretty much down the, you know, same track.
That
the difference
was a
is, you know,
crossroads moment, though, technically. You could have got the bad ending.
If you're a piece of shit, yeah, I guess.
I mean, but it still meets the requirements of judgment. You were in a place of judgment.
I don't know. I guess I just don't typically think of a lawyer as judge, since they tend to be more of a representative for someone.
It's not a literal judge. It's the person who is acting in judgment.
I know, but you know, I've just never associated judging to a prosecutor.
Sometimes I feel like you think about things so hard that you completely go past the actual destination. It's like you go past the destination that you're meant to arrive at.
Quite possibly.
So basically, we need to prove that we're on his side.
Overanalyzation.
I guess it could be. Like, I never felt like I just sat down and derived that, but that's just where my brain automatically went.
I'm not up for it either. Still, we have to do this.
But what's this qualification thing about?
Why don't we ask the guests on this ship?
That thought never crossed my mind.
Asking around doesn't sound like a bad idea. The guests here are the cognitive versions of them in Shido's mind. They'll know any secrets he shared. True. You have a point.
That said, the ruler here is that evil Shido. It wouldn't surprise me if they did turn hostile.
Right. Yeah, wouldn't they attack us?
We should prepare for the worst, of course. But I think we'll at least be able to talk to them. This ship is most likely an Ark loaded with those
Also,
that Shido believes
I hate
are
to get
worth
back on the
keeping
topic, just to
alive.
make a short statement though.
Mm-hmm.
In Persona
explain
games,
the
the
luxury
Judgment
cruise ship.
Arcana is
I doubt idiots
always
who can't even hold a
closely
conversation would
related
be
to a moment of truth in the story.
That's what they aim for?
Yes.
So it could be more of a self-judgment than a, like, legal judgment, per se, then.
Well, Judgment was never... The Arcana of Judgment's never about the legality.
Mm-hmm. I guess it would technically predate the legal system and the
It's more
terms
of a
used.
metaphorical judgment. I mean, this is all mystical shit, dude. Like... You know, Haru's not actually an empress. But metaphorically, she can represent one.
Food Empire. So it's like, it's kind of a cheaty way to get
Saying
to it, but...
Food Empire is also just a metaphorical interpretation.
Well, I mean, it isn't... People would call it an
It's not a literal
empire.
empire. People would call it one, but it's not literally an empire.
It helps that everyone's wearing masks.
I wonder what a, like, true definition of empire is. I never thought of that.
The Roman Empire?
Well, like, I know of empires, but, like, I don't know of a definition of what it takes before one can say that they've had an empire.
I think empires are just large nations that conquer those around them and ever seek to grow their nation through manifest destiny and whatnot.
Okay, I mean, an empire requires land and gathering
An
of...
extensive group of states or countries under a single supreme authority.
Okay, yeah.
He must believe that no one shows their true face to anyone else. Just like him. Well then, let's split up and ask around. Well then.
Yeah, that's another aspect of it too, is like, none of these arcanas are literal, you know, obviously.
Yeah, I guess seeing a, you know, word on it, my mind automatically goes to like a Webster-esque version of it.
And you're not supposed to do that. It's a loose interpretation with varying degrees for each character as well. Because, I mean, Akechi himself is the Justice Arcana. And he does represent justice, but not the right side of it.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that too, that it's a little bit of a trick with him, that he represents justice when really it's the opposition to justice. It's almost more like what they represent to you, whereas I was under the impression earlier on that the Arcana linked to them and their story, not their relation to you.
A lot of the times it's both. I can feel it. But not all the time. Because people's Arcana can change. Not only in real life, but even in the Persona games, people's Arcana have been known to change. It rarely, because the confines of the story only takes place within a year. So, you know, most people aren't going to change like a whole fuck ton in a year.
I would agree to that in a real life scenario. But goddamn Japanese games, dude, take shit all over that, dude.
Well, it still has been known to happen in Persona. Like Aegis in Persona 3. Her Arcana changes. The robot girl?
Mm-hmm.
Because she goes from the chariot, and at the end of the game, she transitions to a fool.
Mm-hmm.
It implies massive character development and change. And also their role in the story.
I think that's one of the things I like falsely keyed in on, is like the relevance of Persona to story. It's like the perspective of the application's not directly.
Yeah, it's not that you're wrong that it represents them as a character. It's just that you either didn't know or forgot about that there's a second aspect to it, which is their role in the story.
Well, and like a lot of it too is just like some things, you know, I read the word and there's no definition for it. You know, like the chariot to me is, you know, literally a buggy.
I know, which is why if you want to know more, you have to go out of your way to learn more as far as tarot is concerned.
And I guess that is, and that's, it's not only...
The game is long enough without them having to try to explain that shit to you. Because really, you know, any common motherfucker could play this game and just go by the word and never have to think about these deeper meanings. You know, they are there if you seek them out. But I would say most people who play this game aren't really looking into the tarot that hard. Even though they are super relevant to each character and what they represent in different ways.
Like, I don't know anything about an emperor, like, as far as the tarot card goes. And so that makes it being applied to Yusuke a little bit of a, you know, oddity. You know, like I don't know anything about it, and so it feels a little, you know, it's like, okay, that's his tarot card for now, but I don't know why that matters to him. and helping him with his art doesn't automatically jump out and say, yeah, that automatically, you know, that's why he's the, you know, emperor.
Well, yeah, but you don't know anything about the Emperor.
No. Nor do I the Chariot. See, the Empress one feels a little bit more, you know, on just surface value applicable. Which almost makes it harder to keep everything straight.
Some are more obvious than others. I'll give you that.
Well, like, her status, and so far they've talked a lot about, you know, her juggling and managing an empire. But I doubt that that's what the actual true focus of an Empress tarot card is. It'd probably be something more specific than just growing an empire. I talk to you, I talk to you, I talk to you, I talk to the two.
So here's the tarot description of Emperor. Based on appearance of the tarot card itself.
Okay.
He wears a red robe indicative of his power, passion, and energy for life. Underneath it, he wears a suit of armor suggesting that he is protected from any threat and any emotional response or vulnerability. His long white beard is symbolic of his age-old wisdom and experience, and along with his gold crown, he is an authority figure who demands to be heard. Behind his throne looms a tall, impenetrable mountain range, signifying that he is backed by a solid foundation, but resistant to making any changes unless he deems it necessary. Beneath the peaks flows a small river, giving some hope that despite his tough exterior, he is still an emotional being. It will just take a lot of digging and trust to open him up to his softer side.
Hey!
So, between
upright.
it means someone who's a little stiff, but learning to kind of come out of their shell.
Upright, which is like the positive form of the Emperor, represents authority, establishment, structure, and a father figure. Reversed represents domination, excessive control, lack of discipline, and inflexibility.
And that's for Emperor?
Yeah.
So there's things in there that I could, like, make cheap, half-assed, grasp at. But that really didn't give me much clarity.
I think the passion, the emotion,
it talked about a father
stiffness.
figure as well.
Yeah, the initial stiffness, but opening up as time goes on, like when you first meet.
And it talked about a passion and like a controlling, like obsessive nature, and those are things that are kind of there with him, but it's like...
And his confidant goes through a lot of that, too.
Mm-hmm.
His inflexibility when it comes to his interpretation of what art should be, but then learning, it's there. Some more than others, to a degree.
People, what do you want from me? I've already talked to... I don't understand. I'm confused.
Indeed.
In tarot readings, the Emperor symbolizes the desire to control one's surroundings, and its appearance could suggest that one is trying too hard to achieve this, possibly causing trouble for others. Some elements in life are not controllable. The Emperor's character is often troubled by something very personal and doesn't know how to deal with it.
What about Justice? Well, I guess we better hold off on that because it might get into spoiler-esque notions.
Maybe. I've told you before.
Told me what before?
About Justice. Back when you did your tarot thing.
Yeah, I was just curious how it applied to what we know about Akechi now versus, what we heard then. But to read that would possibly throw up things yet to come.
Not necessarily. This just says commonly characters of justice are concerned with matters of fairness and otherwise are very stoic individuals.
That doesn't sound very Akechi to me somehow now.
Well, his story's not over.
Well, it's like I may have the wrong idea, but Akechi doesn't strike me as stoic.
He doesn't?
This is a surprise. All the
Not if I understand stoic as what I thought it did.
The casino earlier.
A person who can endure pain or hardship without showing their feelings or complaining.
Story.
You have that right.
This ruler's observational skills and insight are off the charts. Shido's a formidable foe.
Like, I get how it could be applied, but like to me, stoic is more of, Joker was quite stoic. Up to this point, Akechi has hid things from us, but not endured and not complained about them. He's not took it, in strive, asking for another kind of mentality.
But he doesn't ever often show you his true feelings.
Yeah, and it's like stoic is more of a... I guess I've always associated stoic with a more positive twist on it. Like never allowing your emotions to take over versus hiding everything about yourself.
There's elements of
no need to freak out.
Hiding things about yourself that would go into not letting your emotions take over, though.
I'm not freaking out. I was just thinking it'll be easier to make a plan since they can talk normally.
I also, thinking of stoicism, I just think of Akechi's victory screen and that look on his face. It's like a slipping of the mask.
Well, yeah.
All right. Let's put
But we've known him as stoic.
I guess I'd always associated stoic with more quiet and introverted naturistics. Someone who does, like by quiet I mean like they don't devote.
I would say that quiet people can be stoic, but not all stoic people would be quiet.
maybe that's just how they're represented in the media. You know, because the guy who's always talking is always, you know, like a... You know, very rarely is the guy who never shuts up, you know, a stoic individual.
Well, it's not like Akechi never... I mean, I don't know. I think I just disagree.
You're right.
And I think I'll just leave it at that.
It seems...
Please hear me out.
Hey, listen! Listen up!
You know, you think the cleaner's an actual cleaner?
It's no use. I can't keep the profiles of 5 people straight in my head.
I feel you, Ryuji.
I can only remember about 2 of them. What about you, Joker? Oh, dear Lord.
We're up against 5 people. The politician Owe, a former noble, a TV station president, an IT company president, and a cleaner. We get certification from them and obtain letters of introduction that'll serve as keycards. But only go for the cleaner after the other 4 have been dealt with, right?
Whoa, now that's impressive! You go, genius!
If we can't remember the details on the VIPs, let's reconvene inside a safe room. Alright, let's get this done quickly. Hey! Well... Okay.
Alright, that's where I'm gonna have to call it a night, dude. I'm about to fall asleep.
I feel you.
Let's do it.
Lots of story today.
Yeah, considering yesterday's was almost no story, and today's was like a freight train of story just hitting you.
Yeah, well, I knew it would be like this. Lots of discussion has been had, and honestly, it's tired me out.
Yeah, especially since they like to reiterate things.
I meant just me and you discussing things has tired me out.
Oh yeah, I mean that don't help either.
It's gotten to the point where like I'm trying to talk and like my brain is just like, shut up, I can't think about this right now.
Yeah, I get you.
So I'm just getting to a point where I'm not gonna be able to put my thoughts into words.
Alright, so since our minds are failing us, that's where we're in the stream. Night.
Yeah.